Yeah, buckle up, patriots. These clown shows in the streets, they're about as American as a commie parade. Time to sing it straight. No sugar. All salt, God bless Trump and the USA. Out in Minneapolis, they're screaming abolish, I see, blocking road like idiots, acting all high and mighty. Portland's burning again, Antifa thugs in black, smashing windows, hurting cops, yet take that back. Los Angeles riots, property going up in flames, injuring our boys in blue, playing stupid games. Inflatable animals bouncing like fools in the crowd. Dinos and ducks, what a joke, screaming loud. Paid agitators stirring the pot with Soros dough. Anti-law chaos, but we all know it's a show. These antis protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. ICE follows the law. MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar. Across the U.S., these whiners cry and moan, and a law and order leaving destruction in their zone. Damaging shops, spraying hate on the walls, injuring police who answer the calls. And off on masked, hiding coward faces, paid by elites to trash our sacred places. But MAGA counter-protesters standing tall and proud, waving flags, pushing back the radical crowd. YouTube blowing up with the real truth exposed, local media filming your farces deposed. You think your tantrum's gonna change a damn thing? ICE deporting crooks, that's the law we bring. No hope for your nonsense, it's all hot air and lies, while Trump's keeping us safe under star-spangled skies. Inflatable critters, what a pathetic sight. Smart-ass radicals losing the fight. We're protective as hell of our red, white, and blue. You anti-American fools, we're done with you. From coast to coast, your protests fall flat. Ridiculous chants like a bad circus act. Expanding on YouTube, the world sees your shame. Local news capturing your blame game. MAGA warriors rally, turning the tide, defending our nation with patriotic pride. These riots are garbage, injuring the just, but Trump's law and order, in him we trust. These anti-ICE protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. ICE follows the law. MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar. Yeah, keep protesting, you ridiculous crew. Trump's making America greater than you. God bless the USA, land of the free and bold. These protests are over. Story told. MAGA forever.
It is that time for the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian, and tonight on the show, I'm going to do several different things. We are going to talk about the solar storm. I moved the mic a lot closer until I can get the other systems working again. So hopefully this will work. Mama Kitty, I put a little piece of tape on the mic so you can't knock it off. Isn't that cool? Is that awesome? All right, so my name's Ian. I'm here with my co-host, Mom Bleep, and we are broadcasting live from the studios here behind my home in North Fort Myers, Florida, and we are broadcasting worldwide on YouTube, and that is the largest broadcast platform in the world, and we are fiber all the way to the net, and we're going to have a great night tonight. We're going to have a lot of fun. There's different things going on out here that I want to talk about, and we're going to talk a little bit about the protesting, although can't find much tonight. The one right here, the one, this one right here, yeah, that one right there, this Brady Bunch shit's difficult. That right there, that's the only thing I can find right now, and I'm looking. We also have Times Square right there. And then we also, above that, we had a launch just a few minutes ago. And then in the upper middle, that is a composite coming out of the Middle East, where they're expecting some possible issues tonight in Iran, possibly a missile strike coming in. So we've got live shots coming in there. And we've also got, there we go with Fox Now. Keep an eye on the news there. And then also I got 4 live views up as this thing comes through the Atlanta Metro. We've got a large frontal boundary coming through. This one not near as much snow and stuff as we had in the last couple, and ice, not as bad. But lots of rain, and it's moving up. There's lots of Gulf moisture. And so I've got some cameras there so we can kind of keep an eye on this storm as it comes through. I haven't seen much in the way of lightning, which is fairly typical for these winter storms. What do you think, Mama? No, she doesn't talk much. I don't know what to tell you. All right. She was talking last night, though. She was so happy that I was home that she was like freaking out during the show and talking and running her mouth. You don't normally hear that a lot out of her. She's a pretty quiet girl. Anyway, tonight I want to try to start getting back, since it seems like the protesting has let up a little bit tonight. I don't see much going on. I'm going to continue looking for it, but I want to introduce you guys to something. Yeah, 6 more weeks of winter. Yeah. Oh yes, I can, and I don't have all the very latest stuff in there, but let me get it for you. Let's see, show downloads. Mama, this is a little obscene during the show, don't you think? Okay, share, copy link. Okay, here we go. This is the link. You can find a lot of my music there. That latest one, I haven't downloaded from Suno yet. I played it right off of Suno. I just made that one right before the show. So I'm trying each night to make a new song, a new thumbnail. And one of the things I'm going to show you guys tonight, after we go through the news really quick and talk about a huge sunspot on the sun, we're going to talk about all that, and then we're going to talk about AI. And no, I'm not going to sit here and talk about how it's going to kill us all. It's not gloom and doom. It's fun. Listen, I'm going to talk about the good side of AI, okay? I'm going to show you guys how to make AIs. that can help you in your everyday life. And I'm going to show you some of the ones I'm working on right now. I've been looking for a way to do memberships here on YouTube, but I won't do them unless I can have a definitive amount of value that I can provide to my members. I'm not going to do memberships as just a way to extort money out of people. I want to actually provide a service for it. Yes, there'll be maybe one video a week. I'm thinking about doing weekly or bi-weekly Zoom meetings. I think it would be fun to do memberships, and anyone that's a member can join in, and we can have a Zoom meeting, and we can all have a talk and talk to each other and ask each other questions and get to know each other a little bit. All my mods and different people that are, that are members. And I'm talking about a cheap membership, like $3 a year or something, or $3 a month. It'll be something fairly cheap, but I'm looking for value add, okay? Because I work in the communications business. I produce a radio show that makes great money for my boss, and I know how to look at these things in an analytical way to try to make sure that if I do offer, even if it's just a very cheap membership, I want to make sure that I offer a value add to make sure that what you're getting from me is worth at least as much as what I'm getting from you, because cash is king. And so I got to provide something that's worth $3 or $4 a month. So I'm working on a suite of AI tools, and I've got 4 or 5 of them near completion. There'll be a few just for ham radio people. I'm going to show you guys that in just a minute. I'm making a thing that's going to take your POTA hunter log and convert it into an ADIF file so that you can upload it to QRZ and Logbook of the World. So I think that's pretty cool. That's something no one else has. It's not available anywhere. And you'll have to be a member to get that suite of tools. It's also going to have AI image generators. I'm looking at some different stuff right now. But I'm going to pay for the API part of it, the back end, until I build my own API generator here. But I'm going to pay for the back end, and that's where that money that you guys are going to give me is going to be to build my server and to pay for the Google API backend until I can get it switched out and get it on my own. I eventually am going to host the AI right here in my studio, which is really cool. And then I want to offer that to you guys as part of the deal. So that plus maybe a couple of extra videos a month, plus a Zoom meeting once or twice a month with members only, and stuff like that. So I'm looking at that. I'm also looking at merch. I've already started designing merch. There's just only so many hours in a day. I'm doing it all myself right now. I can't get Mama Bleep to do much at all. This whole bullshit about I don't got no thumbs. I get so sick of it with these cats. It's like, you can work, you can get up and work like I do. Anyway. So yeah, it's good to see everybody tonight. Hey, Charlotte's Rock. Hey, Victor. Jungle. We are going to be putting up some more mods soon, so hang in there for that. We've got a few people in mind. I'm going to talk to my other mods. Ron Goot, welcome in. And also, when you become a mod on both of my channels, StarShip Adventures, Starship After Dark, and you become a mod on the Discord channel if you use Discord. Yes, make Greenland great again. I agree, Victor. We're going to buy that SOB. You know what I mean? We're just going to buy it outright. Hey, Victor, let's see. I'm good. It's been a nice warm day here. Well, there you go, Junior. It has been cold as shit here. Our high today was barely 68 degrees or something, which for down here is pretty cold. And then tonight we're back into the low 40s again tonight. We were right at freezing last night here for the last 2 nights. So it's been very, very, very cold here. But anyway, I'm going to show you guys some stuff that you can do, because along with this, I like to always show you guys the back end of the curtain. Did anybody buy some of that Trump and all last night? I don't know, Matt. I haven't heard. But you guys, yeah, let us know how it goes with that Trump and all. And watch how many of them suppositories you use at one time. They're not for that kind of fun. You know what I mean? All right. So anyway, yeah, Trump and all. It's returning normalcy to crazy people, and I think it's awesome. It's the new age drug here that's helping these Trump deranged individuals. It sucks that people are so deranged about something like Donald Trump. They've been programmed by these unions, these teacher unions, and they've been programmed by all these universities and these college kids and all. They've just all been programmed that anything Donald Trump does is bad. You know, I honestly believe right now that if Donald Trump created the cure for cancer and walked up and said, "Here, this is the cure for cancer," these liberals would lay in bed and die. I'm just telling you, they would. They would never take, the Trump cancer pill. They wouldn't take it. And I would make sure I printed Trump right on the pill, and I would lay it there and say, "There it is if you want it." Make them sit there and stare at it. But I honestly think that they are deranged enough to take it to their deathbed. The fact that they would not do anything, they would never admit that Trump did anything right. He could never do anything. Like I said, he could split the ocean and stop the storms and communicate with the aliens. None of that would matter. None of that would matter because it's Trump derangement syndrome, orange man bad. And that's pretty much just the way it's going to be. All right, so that's what we've got there. Let's see. The next thing I wanted to discuss with you guys is we have a huge ass sunspot. This via spaceweather.com. Geomagnetic storm watch. NOAA says the minor G1 class geomagnetic storms are likely on the 5th and 6th of February, so in a couple days. A CME is expected to graze Earth's magnetic field. The CME was hurled into space by a powerful X8 class solar flare back on February 1st. Even a glancing blow from such a CME can be pretty potent, so don't be surprised if storms is stronger than expected. So it could be up to a G2 class, so that's coming up in a couple days. And, of course, we'll be watching that here on the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Jesus. Yeah, I like this new thing we're doing with the election law. I think the states should do their own elections, but there has to be a national standard on things that would skew a national election, like not requiring ID. And so I believe the federal government already has regulations on elections nationwide. And there just needs to be a few additions to that just instructs states that, yes, you have to look at voter ID. You have to, you don't have to have a voter card. You just have to have an ID card or a driver's license, some kind of state issued ID card. My God, a medicinal marijuana license card, you can vote. Anything that's an official government ID. It's not even that hard. It's like this whole thing's ridiculous. It's like all we want to do is just make sure that each person gets one vote. The only reason you would not want each person to get one vote is if you're cheating. There's no other reason, right, Mama? Why are we climbing the ladder now? Ed makes biscuits. She climbs ladders. It just all depends on what kind of cat you are, I guess. All right, so anyway, this geomagnetic storm is going to come, like I said, on the 5th and the 6th. So what's going on? Well, there's a giant sunspot. Sunspot alert, according to spaceweather.com. The most active sunspot of the solar cycle, number 25, is turning towards Earth. And there is a great picture here, and I'm going to spool it up so you guys can see it. Just give me 1 second here. Wow, that's a big ass picture. Holy shit, look at that. Okay, yeah, give me a second here, and I'll get it on there for you. This is pretty cool actually. Hold on, let me get this. Figure out where it is here. There it is. I don't know why I'm having a hard time finding this. All right, here we go, guys. This is what it looks like. Look at that SOB right there. Big old hole and big old sunspot. That is an amazing sunspot. And this actually, look at the definition in this picture. The photographer of this image was Eduardo Schauenberger Papu. Sends this picture of AR 4366 at high noon. and Rafaela, Argentina. And there you go. Look at that. Can't find it. Hint. It's the enormous dark spot in the upper left, more than 10 times wider than Earth. This sunspot is like crazy. The photographer says, because I can't say his name twice, I captured this image of the sun on February 2nd using an H alpha telescope at the moment of intense solar activity. The main feature is Sunspot AR4366, a true solar flare factory, which has produced dozens of M-class flares and at least 5 X flares, including a powerful X8 class event, all within a few days. The sunspot is just getting started, and its increasingly unstable Delta-class magnetic field, it is rapidly adding new spots. More X-flares are likely in the days ahead, and they will be Earth-directed. Remember, when this thing went off yesterday, or 2 days ago, it shot out the side. Well, it's turning around now, and it's it's going to be aiming right at us here in the next day or so. Once it even gets past us, it can still be geo-effective because of the way the orbits are of the Earth and the Sun, and the way the way the plasma swirls around. But the main thing is here in the next couple days, this thing is going to become geo-effective. Anything that comes out of it is going to be hurled directly at Earth there for about 2 days there. And so this one could provide the next really big storm of this whole thing. So I just wanted to bring that up. I think this is a pretty amazing situation here. And let me see if I can just bring this over and plop it in here so you can see it. Here we go. These are the different stages of this sunspot here, and you can see there that this thing is it's quite a complex of sunspots there. I've got some different images here. This one here comes from Johnny Horn. Took it on the 2nd of February yesterday, from Stedman, North Carolina, in the USA, and that's a hell of an image right there. Let me see if I can go to the next one here and just get it to pop up as easy as that one did. Look at that. Oh my God. That was right at the moment of flare. Look at that. That was right while it was sending energy to the planet, pretty much right there. Look at that. That's some amazing photography there. These guys do a great job with the solar telescopes. You can find all this on spaceweather.com. This one here from Thomas Schultz. This shows the entire complex in one image. This was taken yesterday in Benicia, California. So another great one there. And let's see. This is Ivar Hemberg took this one. It looks like a multi-image shot here going back and forth. Look at this. You can actually see the flare as in its opening stages there. That's pretty amazing. That's Ivar Hamburg on February 1st took this of the actual flare in Nice, France. Here's another color shot. This one's in high res. Let me pull it out. Look at that. Wow. Isn't this great photography? Hey, Tim, what's up, man? Welcome aboard. All right, let's see here. What's the next one look like? I think I got one more here. Nope, I already showed you that one. I think, did I show you this one? I think I did. This one here is Johnny Horn sent this one in to spaceweather.com February 2nd. This was after the big explosion, Stedman, North Carolina. I think I did show this one. So that's pretty much what we got there. But, man, you talk about a crazy situation here. There we go. And let me see if I can get this over to where you can see it here. Look at this. This is what it looked like. A very active sunspot with all, look at the X flares, 5 X flares, including an X8 flare. over the course of about 36 hours. So, been a very active sunspot, and it's now moving around to where it's going to become geo-effective. And so, whatever it does in the next few days will directly affect the United States, or the Earth, I should say, and whatever part of the Earth is facing that way will get the most of it. I don't know what NASA's showing there. This is the official NASA channel, upper left. Yeah, there's been all kinds of incidents in space. It's getting really tight up there, and we've got a lot of different countries operating a lot of different spacecraft. We've got secret spacecraft. We've got undeclared spacecraft. We've got junk floating that's mapped, junk that's floating that's not mapped. It's because it's turning into a Class A Charlie Foxtrot up there, trying to keep things from running into each other. But that's just kind of the way it is. All right, let's take a quick look at the top of the news. It is 9:25 on the East Coast, 6:25 on the left coast, and 8:25 in Tampon Timland, where the fraud rages on, and every Somali kid has free daycare. All right, so there you go, and we'll get to the show sponsor here in just a few minutes. Everybody loves that part of the show. All right, so here we go. Did you see that the I don't even know how to say her name. This is terrible. The Grammy at the Grammy Awards, the Billie Elijah's remarks. She starts her thing with, "Well, no one's illegal on stolen land." What a stupid statement. That's probably the stupidest statement I've ever heard. No one's illegal on stolen land. Well, if you think it's stolen land, then you must believe in borders. But if you believe that people can come here without borders, then you must be okay with stolen land. Wow, this is like Gays for Hamas and the No Kings rally, and then the Kings rally 4 weeks later. This is the whole thing all over again. This is typical hypocrisy, the typical hypocrisy that you get. You can't be illegal on stolen land. That doesn't even work. When you put those words together, it comes back non sequitur, non sequitur. It's just amazing to me how the people on the left are just, they're nutty sometimes with this stuff. It's like, where do you get this shit? It's like, oh my God, did you make that up, or did you read that on Facebook? Because, or whatever it is now, Twitter, not even that. It's, what is it? You know what I'm talking about. All the stuff where they get their marching orders there, the social media. Oh, Mitch McConnell's been hospitalized out of an abundance of caution. Yeah, whatever. You know, that guy looks like a turtle. I swear to God, he looks like a turtle. Every time I see him, he comes walking out, and I expect him to look at the camera and go, "I'm a turtle, don't rush me." Anyway. Yeah, so Chuck Schumer, or Schmuck Schumer as I call him, came out how he's against voter ID for voting, and they come out immediately and play clips of him talking about how it's imperative that we know who's voting. These Democrats, they've had to flip-flop on so many things, and all this old audio is still out there. And with AI, you know, I don't know if you realize it or not now, these companies they're building their own API farms. So like CNN and MSLSD and Fox News and Newsmax, they're all building API server farms right now, or paying for them, so that they can have, and then now they're going to dump all of the video that there is. All of the video on the internet is going to be harvested and put in, so that we can now reference, did so and so ever say this? And it'll be able to go back and search 50 years of video and audio clips and articles written and everything. Did this person ever say this? And so it's going to be really hard for these people as time goes on here in the next year, because AI has been making it very easy for them to eat their words, if you know what I mean. Yes, the tribe that owned the land, that her mansion, this woman, this Billie Elijah's mansion, $25 million mansion, is sitting on, don't mention her beach house, the other one, but her mansion is on this tribe's property. Yeah, believe it or not, it's on the property of the tribe comes back and says, well, you basically, hey, you can give it back if you want. It's the Tongva tribe confirmed the singer's Los Angeles home actually sits on their ancestral territory. And the tribe in Southern California responded to comments saying no one is illegal on stolen land at the Grammy Awards Saturday night while accepting the Grammy for the Song of the Year. Whatever. These have just become bully pulpits and platforms for these nutty left wing idiots to get their voice out to their echo chamber. Because, the truth is, hardly anybody watches these shows anymore. They get shit ratings. There was a time when the Oscars and the Grammys would get a frickin' 50 share or a 38 share, a 45 share. That's the percentage of televisions tuning into that one channel. It was like the MASH, the last episode of MASH. That's the last time that many people tuned into a non-sports event. TV's been split out into so many channels and on demand and everything now. It's hard to get a share at all. Just to get one or two, if you get a one share, that's pretty good. And some of these shows like the Grammys and the Oscars have gone from a 40 or 50 share over the years down to like a 2 share or a 4 share or something. So you're talking a shitty turnout to watch these shows. And I think the big thing that really turned these shows off to begin with, the thing that really became the shit show that turned off these shows, was when they stopped using reliable metrics. Like the Grammys specifically. I'm pretty sure the Grammys is one of them. They used to use numbers. They used to use how many albums you sold would mean who gets the award. And then one year, Garth Brooks sold more albums than anybody else, and he had a falling out with the Academy that year. And guess what? They disinvited him to the Grammys, and he was just not mentioned. Even though he sung the best song of the year, he should have got a bunch of those awards. They just ignored him because he didn't agree with something or they didn't follow the terms. I don't know what happened, and I don't care. The point is, it doesn't matter who is the best artist or who is the best singer. The last time I watched the Oscars was like 20-something years ago. You guys can help me if you know when it was. I sat there and watched it, and it was like the last year I watched it with my mom, and I'm sitting here watching. When she wants to watch something with me, I say, okay, I'll sit and watch it. And we're sitting there watching this thing, and The English Patient, a movie called The English Patient, won all the awards. Won all the awards over the Star Trek shows, all the other things I wanted to get to win, all the movies that I liked, and none of it. English Patient. Oh, The English Patient. Oh, The English Patient. Oh, The English Patient. So we watched The English Patient. Shit. It was absolute shit. It was garbage. Okay? And 3 different people that I know, including myself and 2 others, watched that movie cover to cover. And we all 3 have different tastes in movies, and none of the 3 of us liked it. It was garbage. It was not entertaining. Is this thing working? Testing. And so it wasn't entertaining at all. And it was just like a stupid ass movie, right? Just like, it just, I don't know. It was some kind of desert drama horse shit. I'm telling you something. If what passes as good movies, it all depends on who's screwing who's paying who works for who's in with who and who's out with who, and who's who has been in someone's who. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it really doesn't make a difference. When they give out these awards, it's not for the best of this or the best of that. It's for the people that followed the rules and played the games and did the bullshit and played to the right people and stayed in the right town and paid all their taxes. It's stupid, but that's literally where it's at right now with these stupid damn award shows. I hate these award shows. I think they're terrible. The Oscars, the Grammys, they're just all terrible. I don't like any of them. Hey, always questioning. Thank you very much. Have I talked about the biolabs that were raided in the claymores and weapons found? No, I have not discussed that yet. I will pull it up and add it to my show notes here. So give me just a second. And I will pull that up because I don't have anything in memory that I can draw from. So let me just pull it up here and see what we got. The Las Vegas Biolab. Yep, there we go. Got it. All right, let me see what the latest information is on it. It's a closed biolab, it looks like. Let me see what the latest is here. Here we go. KMPH News. Yeah, we'll go, let me do this real quick here since we're doing news. FBI executes a search warrant at closed biolab in Reedley. Reedley, California. This comes from Fox 26. Fox 26. KMPH is the call letters. The FBI executed a warrant at a closed biological lab in Reedy early Sunday, February 1st, following the raid on a suspected biolab in Las Vegas. Neighbors report, this is a second one actually. Neighbors reported seeing multiple FBI agents entering the Reedley building, which is known for allegedly manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices and test kits in 2022. I just saw a lot of boxes being moved out, according to a witness. And another witness also observed the agents moving boxes out of the building. Reedley City Manager Nicole Ziba said city leaders were alerted to the FBI's presence, but they were not told what the FBI was searching for. Yeah, that's about typical. There is a search warrant, Ziba said. The city of Reedley is not privy to what is in the search warrant, what they are looking for. In October 2023, the U.S. Department of Justice announced the arrest of Jia Bingzhu, a 62-year-old Chinese citizen, on charges of manufacturing and distributing misbranded medical devices and making false statements to the FDA. Zhu was allegedly leading a biolab operation in Reedley, and during the investigation, officials observed blood tissue and other body fluid samples along with serums. I was surprised, to be honest, because I didn't think of that. You know, like you don't expect this to happen so close and right in the middle of the city, whatever. They always get these reactions from people. Did you know they busted some biolab right next door to your restaurant? And then they get the guy, what's your reaction? And he goes, oh, shit, I don't know, man. That sucks that they got stinky shit next to my stuff, man. And then they print that stupid shit. I hate it's reaction journalism because there's really not much facts to report because the FBI never tells us anything. The FBI is one of a long list of agencies that just don't feel like they answer to us or anybody else. Yeah, this should scare the shit out of you. They busted 2 biolabs being run by Chinese nationals or whatever. And what are they making in there? They found tissue. They found all kinds of stuff in there. They took out big boxes of stuff. This should actually this should scare the shit out of you guys. And yeah, I did glaze this. I should have covered it. So always questioning. Thank you again very much for the super chat, as well as thank you very much for the information. Yeah, thanks, Eminem. Thank you very much. I love doing it. Fevered Pitch, welcome in. Thank you. Price is Right, 1580. Welcome aboard. All right, so there we go. And let's see here. Who else do we got? Hey, Dispatch, what's going on? Yes, they're both connected, I believe, is what they're saying. Yeah, there was address linked to Vegas, to the gentleman who was running the illicit lab back in 2023 as well. So I do believe all this is going to end up being related as well. Like I said, I was looking for the latest on what's going on here, and I ended up pulling up the other one. Yeah, the Las Vegas one is now possibly linked to the Chinese biolab in California that was discovered. So there you go. And then the next article is, would you visit San Francisco on vacation? Yeah, I want to visit the biolabs out there. I hear they're great this time of year, you know? So anyway, let's get back over here again. Um, so anyway, Billy Elijah, um, I would like you to go ahead and move out of your mansion and give it back to the people that own it. Thank you. Um, you shouldn't have taken their land. You stole their land. You bitch. All right. So what else do we got going on here? Okay, so some comedian made a joke about Renee Good, and now they're canceling all his venues. Yeah, I'm telling you guys something that everything's off limits now. When you're a comedian, how can you be a damn listen? Comedy lives in the armpit of timing and uncomfortability. That is humor. If you don't understand that, okay, when I say something funny and you guys laugh, it's a lot of times because I didn't say what you thought I was going to say, or because I said it in a weird way, or because it was funny because of the way I timed the response. That's humor. You got to understand the elements of humor and how it works. Then you got these comedians. They stand up there. They do a great job. They make us laugh for hours. Okay. And it's fun. I love it. Whether we're talking about Jeff Foxworthy or the puppet guy that I like so much, I can't remember his name. Uh, um, oh, why can't I come up with his name? The guy that has the old man and the purple thing. Anyway, whether you're talking about those four guys, Jeff Foxworthy and the other guys, the cable guy and all them, those are all great. Back to Eddie Murphy, Andrew Dice Clay. So my tongue. I'll leave the rest of it there for you. There was so many great comics. You can't do that. Could you if they screened an Andrew Dice Clay now today, I'm afraid that some of these like snowflakes, these 19-year-old snowflakes would probably pass out and have to be removed by EMS on a stretcher. All right? Oh my God, he offended women. Oh my, he had his tongue up their bum. Oh my God, oh, Andrew Dice Clay is a nasty, nasty type A horrible bastard. Oh, I bet he's a Republican. Oh, could you imagine bringing these snowflakes today? Bring them into an Andrew Dice Clay concert. Hickory dickory dock. I mean, I want you to think about how that's going to work. Think about that. They would pass out in the seat. Oh my God, he's talking about all kinds of other people too. This guy's offended me on every level possible. Oh. This would be a great social experiment. Go round up about 20 of these snowflakes. People that think there should be women's liberation, except men should be able to compete against women in sports. Take some of those idiots, okay, and bring them in and have the Dice Man come in for about an hour. Have him do all the nursery rhymes. Have him start the way he used to start with, so I was in line in this bank. I mean, have him do the whole thing right from the beginning. I think they would. I honestly think that some of them might die. I don't know. Oh my God! Yes, yes. I love. I think there's one I can tell on here and not get in too much trouble, so I'm gonna tell it. Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet, eating her kite and wait. Along came a spider, sat down beside her, and said, "Hey, what's in that bowl, bitch?" And that's the cleanest one. Oh my God. The Dice Man is so funny. And you can't have that humor today. I tried to learn from these guys growing up. I wanted to be funny. I wanted to be a comic. I've done some low level stand up shit. I love being funny. I love when people look at me and laugh. Okay, I think it's great when I say something funny on here, and I can feel you guys. You say ha ha. You let me. I love that because I know that even if one of you responds that I made you laugh, that I probably made a bunch of people laugh, and that makes me happy. I love, like, when I'm on the radio. I'm the sidekick. I'm the Robin to his Batman, if you will. And all I do is sit there and think of funny names and funny quips. And one of the things I do is like shove words together, and there's just like all these weird little things, and it's all humor. It's all good humor. And what I'm really worried about in the future is that they're trying to kill humor. They're trying to kill humor. You know, Dave Chappelle, okay, probably one of the best comics of our time, okay? Probably one of the funniest humans to ever live, Dave Chappelle. And he's fighting this battle. He's actually out on the front line of this right now, saying, look, you guys are killing comedy, all right? Somebody goes, hello, and does an accent from the Middle East, banned. Get out of it. Kicking you out of shit, turning off your YouTube channel. You can't make fun of that. They took Apu off of The Simpsons because he talked like, hello, Homer Simpson. And you can't have that anymore. I do about 40 different voices. 36 of them I can't do on here. It makes me mad. I do 3 or 4 really cool black voices. I do Hispanic voices. I do all these accents from all over the place. But guess what? That's all considered taboo bullshit now. Before you could call people retarded if they were retarded. Now you can't. That word's banned. You can't because it makes retarded people feel bad. I'm so sick of the snowflakes. You can't say nothing. What can I say now? When you have to self-censor, it stifles creativity. Thank you, Fevered Pitch. You're exactly right. Oh my God. Laughter's the best medicine. Laughter is also a good negotiator. When you walk into a negotiation, you should start with a joke. When I walk in and there's a new class of people that I'm going to be teaching, whether it's radio stuff or whether I was back at the fire department days where I walk in to teach some I got to teach ladders tonight. I'd walk in, I'd tell some story about this fireman that fell off a ladder, and then I'd tell him it's bullshit. I would always have some funny quip or some funny thing I'd make somebody do, because once you get them laughing, they're your friend. They want more of that. When you make somebody laugh, that's like a drug, and you're giving it away. And you're allowing the people, even when you're a singer and you're up on stage and you're acting and you're singing, or whether you're a performer, a stage performer, whatever it is you do, you want to entertain people. And humor's the same way. Humor is a form of entertainment. It's one of the more difficult forms of entertainment. You could be a really good actor and still not be funny. Okay? And for people that have humor, I've tried so hard to be funny over the years, and I've kind of got it a little bit, just a little bit. And I've tried so hard over the years to be funny and all that, and I find myself completely stifled now. I can't do the only voice I can do and get away with is like Bill Clinton and shit. It's like I like to do voices. I like to talk about how different cultures and different races would handle things. Always questioning. Thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. You guys know everything you guys give me or that I make on commercials gets rolled back into equipment here in the studio. So thank you very much. Stay awesome. You won't be offended by anything. Well, no one should be offended by anything. You know who used to enjoy the black jokes the most? My black friends. I know that sounds like, oh, listen to him. But it's true. We had guys that we worked with at a fire station. They were black guys. We were friends. We all went out drinking together. We were buddies. We didn't care that they were black, and they didn't care that we were white. And this wasn't a problem back then. And they used to tell each other black jokes. They used to think they were funny. And then they would tell us the honky jokes. And I used to love the cracker jokes. And none of us got offended. It was funny. We used to tell Pollock jokes and all kinds of different jokes. And it's all offensive now. Everything's offensive now. I think the Irish is the last people you can make fun of. You can make fun of Irish people and their drinking. I think that's about it. Yeah, shows like All in the Family were great because they kind of showed the ignorance of racism and still made a funny show that people could enjoy. And you could not like Archie Bunker sometimes, and you could not like Meathead sometimes, and that was okay. Yeah, thank you again for that super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah. Hey, Jungle, what's going on tonight? Thank you to all my mods out there, too, that do a great job in here. We are going to be promoting a few more mods coming up. Yeah, even in the military, Tim, yes, because you know what? It's not something I came up with. It's tried and true. This has been this way for years. If you start off with humor, Trey on our show, one of the things he talks about a lot is that is the great equalizer. Humor is the great equalizer. Everything that humor does, when you start with humor, it ends up making everything better, which, you know, and I completely agree. There's that rocket landing on the barge. I think this was earlier. I think they're replaying this. But there you go. Another successful landing of the rocket portion of the thing. And there it goes. It's up there. It's in orbit. Guys, when I was a kid, I used to watch sci-fi shows and they would show the rockets landing like this. And I'm like, that is so fake. They'll never actually land a rocket that way. And Elon Musk says, you know what? Let's land them this way. And he does. That's what he does. Now he's grabbing them with a set of tongs. I think that's even cooler, actually. What's better, grabbing them with some tongs on a tower or landing on a moving boat that's floating out in the ocean? This guy don't matter. He just does it. It's good. That's right, Tim. You know, if you could even do it like that, you know, you make a little fun here and there. And you used to know where the boundaries were. I mean, we never had an issue. You didn't make fun of certain things, especially in a classroom environment. We all knew where the lines were. But today, the lines are just so blurred as to what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. When I'm on the radio, I'm getting more and more bold. I mean, I've been on the radio now 14 years on commercial radio on 92.5 Fox News. And I've gotten to the point now where I say shit that I think I'm going to get in trouble, and I never do. They asked us a while back to quit calling people dicks on the radio. That's about the only correction we've had in a long time. Hey, let's just not call people dicks on the radio anymore. So now I call them pricks. Anyway, yeah, Sanford and Son, another good show. There was a lot of good shows back then. You know, right around the time MASH was starting, because of course MASH, I think, all around was the best show that was ever produced, other than Star Trek, of course. Those two are the best shows ever produced, best franchises ever. And I really want to go out and see the shooting locations of MASH, but that's a story for another show. All right, pussies. Yeah, there you go. Hey, what's going on, Heath? How's it going, man? I hope the power's on and thawed out up there. We finally got out, man. Oh, my God. You guys have no idea what it was like to get out. We finally... I didn't get on the highway till about 5 in the afternoon. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon. And I needed to be in a hotel room by 7:30 or 8 so I could set up for a show, which I did get a decent show off. It's so difficult with that Windows 11 machine, because it doesn't do audio. It doesn't control audio properly. Yeah, Dix. It was short for detective. Yeah. Um, yeah, I remember Red Skelton. Boy, that's going way back. Yep, isn't that great, Victor? I just think it's so amazing that they land a unmanned vehicle on another unmanned vehicle that's out there in the water. Um, yeah, well, thanks, Mickey. I appreciate that. Hey, Jay, welcome in. LS, welcome in. Yeah, I try not to talk about everything tonight. The last video I have of the protesting has gone down, so I'm gonna go look real quick and see if there's anything else that's popped up. Let me take a quick peek here. No, even MDG Gaming, he's usually on top of it, and they're doing a talk show right now over there with three or four of his friends on a Zoom. So there's not. I really I don't see any of the other guys that I normally follow or carry their feed. So I don't. Um, I really don't think there's much going on tonight in the way of protesting. And all of the spoof channels are out. Times of India, Mirror Now. There's just so many of them, and they're always out here. It's terrible. Um, and I think there's a bunch of new ones popping. Oh, there's me. There's me way down the list. That's all right. I hate when I see some spoof channel playing 3 day old video and they've got 150 more viewers than I do. And I'm like, I'm in here actually doing a show, you know. Um, was there really? Oh, deploribus. That's funny. Um, yeah, the protesters don't, they get views because they get people within their own echo chamber. And so they get those views. But they end up not scoring a lot because a lot of people actually prefer to watch on a multi-screen, and there's others that do this like I do. Here's the launch again in the upper left. This was just about an hour ago. Um, this launch went up just a little before an hour ago. The upper center is all shots from Iran and the Middle East. Because we are worried there that there may be a situation brewing. Um, and so they're worried about a missile strike from possibly the United States or from Israel. I'm not sure what's going on. So we've got that up. I'm also watching what's coming in on breaking news on Fox Raw, and I got a Times Square shot in there. And the last little square above me here was the last view that I had out of the protest that was going on in Portland. But I really never saw much going on. I think they went there to the protest, and there was just nothing going on. Um, this may run out of steam here until the next incident happens. This is one of those things where there'll be an incident. That incident will then get everybody all up in arms, and then it'll get so bad for a little while, and then all of a sudden, you know, it lessens up and it's not so bad. And there's this ebb and flow to it, for sure. Okay, so that's that. Let's see what else we got going on. Let's see. Yep, states that are looking to eliminate property tax. I think that's pretty cool. Florida is among them. Florida's looking to get rid of. Um, Florida's looking to get rid of the property tax for homesteaded properties only, and it will not include the school tax. You will still pay some tax, but it's gonna cut the tax bill of homesteaded properties back pretty far, and to where like here we will just pay for garbage and schools, I think, and the rest they're gonna just bump the sales tax up a cent or two. And that way it affects everybody. When people come here, they spend money here to buy things, but that money doesn't go into the local coffers. And so that what we want is they're trying to work it to where um, the tax is more fairly applied to everybody and not just people that live here full time and own homes here. Um, you know, oh, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Is it O Whack and Wand or something? I'm so bad with these names, but thank you very much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And I was just about to answer your question. Yeah, I did. I did get some rest. I'm going to try by tonight. I should be caught up a little bit. My back still hurts a little bit, and I still feel like someone kicked me in the head. I just don't quite feel 100%. I think by tomorrow I'll be good. The trip took a lot out of me, guys. Loading the car in 6 inches of snow, and then driving in really bad conditions for the first hour and a half. It was a lot. And then unloading and loading in and out of a hotel room and the whole thing. Um, yeah. Well, there you go, edit. There you go. Ice out. F Trump. That's if that's your opinion. I prefer something a little more intelligent, like, okay, why is it that you dislike law and order that was agreed upon by the Democrats and Republicans for the last 50 years? Do you think Trump started ICE? I really think that. I think some of these libs think that Trump started ICE, that ICE didn't exist before Trump. Do you know that Barack Obama deported 6 million, many of those by ICE? And before ICE, it was just called something else. We've always had immigration enforcement officers of some kind. Um, is it time, guys? Is it time for it? All right, let's go ahead and do it. I think it's important every night that we make sure that people understand that this segment of the show is brought to you by Trump and All. For those of you who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, Trump and All, an amazing medication formulated by the Trump Company to give you long-term relief to the craziness that you feel inside. Do you feel like you always have to fly your flags upside down or yell F Trump or hate ICE so bad that you can't enjoy iced tea anymore? Do you really just feel like the world is crazy and that you're the normal one and everybody else is freaking nuts? It's probably Trump derangement syndrome. And now there's a cure for it. It's called Trump and All. Warning, you got to be careful with Trump and All. When you start using Trump and All, you'll suddenly feel patriotic. You'll love your country again. You'll turn that flag right side up, and you'll actually feel good about your president and about what's going on with the country right now, because we're getting back to conservatism, and we're making America great again. And Trump and All will get rid of all that derangement that you're feeling now and allow you to see the reality that you really, really need to see. That's Trump and All. And, you know, sometimes out there when when it gets really bad and you just have a real issue, keeping food down, because every time you look at the angry orange man and you can't, oh my God, it's Trump, and you can't keep food down, try Trump and All suppositories, fast-acting Trump suppositories. Ram a few of these up your ass, and before long, you'll be waving that flag like a crazy man. You might even decide to go get off your fat ass and get a job, get a house other than the one that your mom and dad own, and you may even decide at some point to create your own nuclear family and be normal and be American and follow the Constitution and love the 4th of July. It can happen by just ramming a few of these right up your old butt crack. All right, so that's Trump and All suppositories. Trump and All suppositories, the number one way to get fast-acting relief when you can't keep food down. What if you took Trump and All and it's not working? Well, we recommend that you try MAGA Strength Trump and All. This is MAGA Strength Trump and All, 500 milligrams per pill. And the extra strength Trump and All, you got to be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, like I said, you'll probably go get a job and stop protesting all the time. So try some MAGA Strength Trump and All today. MAGA Strength Trump and All, brought to you by the same people that brought you Trump and All to cure your problems. There you go. And If your butt still hurts from that last election, and I bet it still does, I mean, it probably is sore around the edges, kind of red, red bum. I know you probably have that. You probably need to go ahead and try some of the, by the makers of Trumpanol, butt hurt cream. This butt hurt cream can be applied liberally. See what I did there? Liberally to your bum, and it will bring you some, if not a lot, of relief to that stinging and burning that you feel right around your ass crack right now. And so, Butthurt Cream by the makers of Trumpanol, try it today. And are you having a hard time sleeping? Well, Trump has a solution for that. Try Trump PM. Trump PM. Be a patriot while you sleep. Wave the flag in your dreams and wake up with a nuclear family next to a wife or a husband that loves you and is actually the opposite sex. Actually feel good about yourself when you're sleeping and feel good about your country when you wake up. Trump and all, Trump PM. Try it today and get a good night's sleep out there. And Trump and all products can be found in Walgreens, CVS, Walmart, and wherever derangement syndrome drugs are sold. Trump and all. Get some today because the shit works. Trump and all. It's freaking amazing, man. It really is. Trump and all. Try some today and let's leave the derangement behind. I love doing that. That's my favorite read I've ever done, by the way. uh, oh, my God. Are they still in here? Did they call me a Nazi yet? I haven't won anything till they call me a Nazi. You're a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Oh, you're delusional. I love when delusional people call me delusional. That's what I love. I do. 60% of this country agrees with me, and I'm delusional. That's what the people on the left, that's what your gays for Hamas tell you. That's what the No Kings people that have the No Kings rally right before the rally for the King Maduro tell you. Yeah. That's the people that tell you that no one is illegal on stolen land, which is a contradiction in itself because it's not stolen land unless you believe in borders. And if you believe in borders, then these people are here illegally. So the whole statement is a hypocritical bullshit, just like everything else we get from the left. It's crazy. I think it's hilarious. What is this guy going on about? Are you having audio problems? I'm making it very clear. What am I hearing? I think that's outside. I think my neighbor's car alarm's going off. Well, Trump is acting a lot like a king. Okay. Okay. He's acting like a king. Okay. If he's acting like a king, why is he letting you lunatics go out every night and tear shit up? Why? Because he believes in the Constitution. If he believes in the Constitution, he's not a fascist or a king. So I think actions speak louder than words. Trump's not a bigot. That's pretty obvious. He's shown nothing racist at all in what he's doing. Just bigotry. Oh, my God. By the way, thank you for coming in because all it takes is one leftist agitator like yourself to come in and start calling names, and my ratings go up, my view count goes up, my impressions go up. So thank you very much. You just made my chat rate go up again. It gets all of my people angry at you, which makes them all start texting how stupid you are. And then what's great about that is my algorithms go up. So basically, you came to a conservative channel where you've got a conservative libertarian giving commentary, and you started calling names like a child, and you ended up helping the man by giving him more algorithmic credit. So thank you. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Matter of fact, tell your agitator friends to come on in. I'd love for them to agitate. And yes, I'm a Nazi, dude. I'm literally Hitler. Say it. I love it. I'm a fascist. I'm a piece of shit. What else you want to call me? All of it. I love it. You know why? Because it's all stupid. The whole name calling thing that the left does is so stupid. It really is. It's just ignorant. And so I love it. Well, put your point across. What's your point? All you did was call Trump a bunch of names so far. So, what point are you wanting to make? Yeah, that's what gets me is these people that think Trump is a king and a dictator. They all supported Maduro and don't think that Maduro should be in jail right now. Maduro's a king and a dictator that kills people and runs drugs. That's the hypocrisy you get on the left. That's gays for Hamas. Literally, people supporting people that would literally kill them. That's how ignorant it gets on the left. It's just stupid. And they never have a point. They always come in and say, I want to do a debate. All right, we'll do a debate. What do you want to debate? Let's go. I sure do. I don't call them names like I don't call them just like F ICE, F Biden. That's stupid. That's childish. What I will say is, he's a feeble, dementia-ridden corpse that's walking around and did walk around for quite a while an Autopin was signing all of the thousands of pardons out there to release all of these bad criminals back into our society. Yeah, so I can say that, and that's not name calling, that's facts. Okay? But when you come in F ICE, F Trump, F this, F that, that's name calling. It doesn't mean anything. F ICE, what does that mean? Well, you're not actually going to have intercourse with an ICE agent, right? So what does it mean? It means you don't like ICE. It's a childish statement. It's the way we used to talk in high school. Yes, Trump is... I'm a Reagan kid. I loved Ronald Reagan. I learned how the world works growing up in that era. And I loved Reagan. And he did such a great job. But I must say, Trump in his second term is moving 10 times faster than any other president when it comes to fixing shit that's been broken by the Democrats. And he's doing a great job. The reason for all these protests, the reason for all the angry, yelling people all the time, the reason that this is always a big to-da, and the reason that they're making such a big deal and they're making it seem like it's the end of the world and calling everybody Hitler and calling everybody names is because they're in a really bad way right now. They're in a really bad way right now. Trump won by quite a bit. What are you doing? Yeah, why don't you get out of the computer while I'm on that computer? Okay, thank you. Thank you, co-host. All right. What fact have you said about Trump? That's the problem is they're not facts. When you're calling somebody a pedophile, that's not a fact. What that is that you interjecting an opinion because nothing there has been proven or even allocated. So or alleged or anything. So that's the kind of bullshit I don't like is when you guys just throw names out there and throw. I've been called a Nazi and a fascist so many times. And I always ask them to find fascist. They can't even go to Google and paste it in because it will make them look stupid. If Trump was a fascist, you would not be allowed to protest out there in your inflatable dragon suits every night. And you would not be able to go out there and do all the stupid shit that the left is doing right now all over this country, especially in crime-ridden, corruption-ridden places like Minnesota, Minneapolis. And places like Portland, over-corrupt places like Portland, defund the police, and they run crazy in the streets. That's Portland. And even in L.A., it's a big mess. And so many other places right now. So the problem we have here is it's basically anti-American, anti-law and order, anti-civilization, basically. Anti the laws that were enforced by Democrats and Republicans. Barack Obama deported 6 million illegals Is he wrong? That's my question for you. Edit. My question for you, sir, is, or ma'am, I'm sorry, I don't want to misgender. I'll say they. Seriously, answer that. I really would like to hear it. What is my sources from? My God, I work in news. I do this for a living. I have this show every day. I have a conservative talk show I do every day. I write articles. I do all kinds of crazy shit. All right? I'm immersed in this every day. What sources would you like? No, I have not been to Portland. I will never go to that shithole. Never. And I won't go to Minneapolis either. They're dumps. I won't go to any of these big blue liberal cities where they tax the shit out of you and provide nothing. These cities are terrible. Yeah, Clinton deported Clinton deported more than the Bushes. And Barack Obama, I think, deported not as many as Clinton, but I think about as much like the Bushes did. So when you really start looking at it, the Democrats over the last 50 years have force deported more people than the Republicans. It's a fact. The news can be anything. See, this is the kind of arguing they do, No matter what you do or where you work, you're just reading the wrong thing, dude. You're reading the wrong thing. Maybe try reading some left-wing stuff, man, like NBC. Or maybe like MSLSD, or maybe like the Communist News Network, or maybe you should try to find some better sources that'll tell you things like the things I like to read. Yeah, there we go. Jimmy Carter was a great man. Jimmy Carter did so much for this world, so much for homeless people, so much for the poor. Jimmy Carter is a wonderful man. He was a shit president. Gas lines. I can remember waiting in gas lines with my dad. We had to go on a certain day, depending on what the last digit of your license plate was. And so, yeah, anytime, the only Democrat that's been really good with the economy was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was very good with the economy. Barack Obama was not. Debt skyrocketed under Obama. There is no unbiased news. You tell me, Edit. You tell me your 3 unbiased news sources. Tell me. I want to know what your 3 unbiased news sources are. Because I'm telling you, there is no such thing. Journalism died in the 90s. Welcome to Earth. This is the way it works. Yeah, he gave away the Panama Canal. What an idiot. Okay, the BBC is far left. They are as far left as CNN. Okay, the BBC is far left. Sky News, left of center, but better. Sky News is supposed to be the Fox News of England, but it's not. It's still left-leaning. And a paper, there's not a single newspaper in this country that's not left-leaning and biased, except maybe the Wall Street Journal, which is slightly right-leaning and biased. So yeah, where do you go with that? What do you do with that? I mean, anybody that watches the BBC, I mean, come on, that's as far left as MSLSD and the Communist News Network. Yeah. Yeah, if you think the BBC is unbiased, you're lost, and that's an absolute fact. So you come in here and say, I get my news from British people in a country that's literally going to shit in a handbasket because their policies are so 15 years ahead of ours progressive. Look where they're at right now. They've given their country away to Middle Easterners. All right? Look where they're at right now. That's where we're going to be in 15 years. That's why we've got this pushback going on right now. That's why people voted for Trump in record numbers. That's why every demographic out there shifted to the right except one, and that's white women. Black women, black men, Hispanic women, Hispanic men, white men. They all shifted right. Everybody else shifted right except white women. There's a huge shift going on right now. People are sick of it. They're sick of the woke bullshit. They're sick of the kneeling at football games, okay? They're sick of the LGBTQIA2S plus being shoved in their face all the frickin' time. You know, how many times does that get shoved in our face? You know, how many times do you have to, oh my God, oh, LGBTQ.
I will never apologize for standing up for an LGBTQ2 plus.
I know, Justin, I have a problem with it too. It's not easy. Okay, but yeah, that's the kind of bullshit that you got out there, and everything out there, every demographic, everything shifted to the right. Why? Because people are sick of the pathway we were going down. They're sick of all these shows going woke. I mean, my Star Trek has been ruined by you leftist pricks. All right? My Star Trek has gone to shit in a handbasket thanks to you folks, all right? All this gay, polyamorous, queer Klingons that have two dicks. I don't know everything. Why does it have to be this way? Why can't we just leave it the way it was? Star Trek was a very successful franchise. Not anymore. Not since Kurtzman got a hold of it and his woke ass. He has ruined Star Trek for millions of people, and the revolt is on. I've never seen such a disparaging number on Rotten Tomatoes between the critics and the people. The people like it at about 9%. The critics are 83%. Why? Because the critics are all LGBTQIA+, or they're in the business. Of course, it's all bullshit. This has probably ended Star Trek. It was so good. Original series, original series, 3 seasons. 74 episodes, okay? The Next Generation, 170-something episodes. 7 seasons. Deep Space Nine, 170-something episodes. Voyager, 170-something episodes. 7 seasons. Enterprise, 5 seasons. Great shows. Even the J.J. Abrams movies were passable. They were okay. They were good movies. And they did it in like an alternate timeline, so it didn't F canon up so bad. But Alex Kurtzman don't give a shit about canon. All he cares about is making everybody on the show gay as shit. That's all he cares about. And this is the kind of shit that makes people like me bitter. Conservative, libertarians like myself that just don't want this shit put in my face all the time. Look, if they want a gay first officer, female Jim Hadar or whatever, okay. I'm fine with her screwing the female engineer, all right? They can scissor all the way down the corridor for all I give a shit. But why? Why do we have to make everybody gay except one person, the female captain that doesn't wear shoes and wears her warp core jammies on the bridge? Why? They show Starfleet like it's a bunch of goddamn clowns. What is wrong with these people? And it's the woke leftist LGBTQ bullshit being forced in everybody's face every day, and I'm sick of it. I can't be more accepting of gay people. I don't care. I have fought for you guys to be able to marry. I think you should be able to. I don't think the government should be involved in marriage at all. And I've fought for that too. But it goes too far. It goes too far. If you have a starship, only 5 or 10% of the people on that ship should be homosexual. They're like 80% of their recruits are gay. And the rest of them are robots or holograms or something. Because I don't think anybody's straight. No one has come out straight yet. Most of them are gay. What is going on? Why do we have big, bulky, huge Klingon guys getting their ass beat by 80-pound little chicks that like literally little A cups running around, little bug arms with no little, it don't, even a skinny woman, if she works out, she can actually build up and you can see the muscles, right? At least try to sell it. They got these little women. Women run everything. Women are in charge of everything. Women are always better than the men. They run faster. They're stronger. They always win in fights. They shoot phasers better. It's literally femtrek. It's DEI Trek is what it is. It's Starfleet Academy. They hire you. It doesn't matter. 350-pound woman, 5'4", you're hired. You're hired. You can be the science officer. Wait till they pluck you off the bridge and take you down to a planet and make you fight the Gorn. What if Captain Kirk was some little wimpy bitch that didn't know how to do anything, or some little gay guy that couldn't defend himself? Well, he's the captain. We had to have so many gays as captain. I want you to think of all the things that happened to Jean-Luc Picard and Captain Catherine Janeway, and it happened to all the different captains and all the starships. And think about what would have happened if that was some little wimpy 80-pound woman. Now remember, I think the best captain there ever was is Catherine Janeway. Kate Mulgrew was the best. She's one of the best actresses of our time. Underrated even. And she played a great part. And she sold it. That's exactly right. Like she said, she sold it. When she was on there, she kicked ass. She worked out. You could see it. She held the phaser right. She beat people's ass. All right? They're not selling it now. These girls are like 4'8" and they're like little pretzels. I'm done with the whole woke bullshit. I'm absolutely done with it. It's crept into everything I do. It's crept into politics. It's all in politics now. It's crept into television. It's crept into movies. It's crept into lifestyle. Hell, they try to hang these flags everywhere. I'm done with it. I'm done with the LGBTQ anthem and the black national anthem and what happened to the national anthem? It's all of ours. It's yours too. The national anthem is all of ours. It's for you. It's for me. It's for gay. It's for straight. It's for black. It's for white. I don't understand why. Why do we need a second and a third and a fourth national anthem? And why are those pricks that make millions of dollars as football players kneeling for the national anthem? F you. God, I can't stand that shit. In a country where they made it big. In a country where they just go out and work doing what they love to do, and they make buku money, and all they can do is beat their wife and kneel at football games. Pricks. Oh my God. Jesus. Look, if you're going to paste a bunch of shit in there, we'll ban you. Okay, he's pasting the same thing over and over. If you do that again, you will be banned from my chat room, okay? If you do that again, edit, you will be banned from the chat room. You put things in one time only and no all caps. You're saying my side is built on fear? Your side is built on being a victim. Your side is built on being a snowflake. Your side is built on always being the one that's being hurt. So you saying that to me is kind of ridiculous, actually. A very ridiculous statement. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'm scared? What would I be scared of? Be free thinkers and accept everyone. I'm accepting of everyone. I've said that over and over tonight. I've demonstrated it in my life. Have black friends, have gay friends. The whole thing with me that gets me is the first thing a leftist will do is call you a racist or a sexist. They call you something, a fascist. They always have a name to call you. And the truth is that's what they say when the argument is over because they can't argue any further. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the entitled musicians. Guess what? Your job's done. I am so happy. Hollywood, guess what? Pink slips are coming, brother. all the way down to the catering companies. You people are effed. We don't need you to make movies anymore. You know what? Movies made with real people is going to be nostalgia coming up real quick. I'm telling you. And music, it's already done. I've made 100 songs. I've started my own radio station on AI music. I no longer need these pricks to charge me $1 million to write a song or to make a song or to sing a song or to play an instrument. I think it's awesome. I hope that the entire music business collapses in on itself, and I'm going to go piss on the smoldering ruins. Good night, Edit. Good night again, just calling me ignorant and leaving. That's fine. Have a good one. It is what it is, man. We're never going to agree, and this is a conservative channel. However, you are always welcome here, and your opinion is welcome here. And we will not get rid of you for your opinion, only if you start spamming. And I think we just proved that. Thank you, mods, for being tolerant with him. I appreciate that. You guys normally would have just, as soon as he put it in there about 10 times, but I know we're trying not to do that. We really want people to come in here and be able to talk and be able to actually have a conversation with each other. Yeah, well, that's what you're dealing with the left. You're dealing with, they're here, this is their country, and they don't like it. They want to be socialist. That way the government can just take care of everything. The government can give me an apartment, and the government can run my grocery store, and the government, they can take care of everything. They can take care of my health care, like when I need, they can take care of my tampons and my maxi pads and everything. When I need things, they can get it for me. And that's the way they think nowadays. They don't want to take responsibility for anything. And they look at socialism as a way to get out of responsibility. That's freaking ignorant and disgusting, but that's the left today. That's where we're literally at with the left today. Why would they want the government to try socialism here? Where has it ever worked? And they're like, well, it worked for a while in Denmark or so. You know what? It's never worked. In small little countries, it works for short periods of time, but you want to know something? That country never produces anything worth a shit the whole time. Because the only countries that invent things, the only countries that really, really make a difference in the world, that come up with most of the medicines and things like that, those are places like this, places that are a representative republic, where freedom rings. Freedom creates creativity. Creativity is spawned in freedom. That's the way it works. And these idiots want fascism, or they want communism. They want socialism. And what they don't realize is all these isms come with costs. And the cost of communism, the cost of socialism is productivity, because nobody gives a shit anymore. Nobody's starting businesses anymore. Nobody's putting their ass on the line to create new drugs to cure cancers anymore. Nobody goes on the line to do anything anymore. They all just sit back and wait for the government job, wait for the government cheese. That's communism. How many big drugs were developed in Russia? How many big inventions have come out of Russia? I mean, right down to frickin' Velcro. Everything's invented here. Most things are invented here. Why? Because of free markets. Because of a republic with free markets, where men and women can become rich beyond the dreams of avarice. With a good idea or a lot of hard work, you can do it here. You can make your way here in this country. You can make your life great in this country with hard work, with good ideas, with some dumb luck even. If you spend the time and the money and the effort, you can make it in this country. And they want to change all that. They want to change the country from a representative republic to a socialist republic. And when you ask them, why would we change it from something that has worked wonderfully for 250 years? Why would we change it to something that has failed every time it's been tried. Why? And they say communism is great. It just hasn't been done right yet. That's the kind of ignorant shit. Or they'll try to name some country in North Central Europe where it was done for a while. It's like, yeah, but that's not even really what they're doing anymore. They've kind of modified away from that. And everywhere that communism is tried, the country's failed. And they now either wallow in their own pity. And I hate to say it, we learned a lot about Russia lately. We learned that Russia don't even have much of an army. They can't even defeat some little country that defected from them 30 years ago. They can't even kick Ukraine's ass. Guess what? It's proven to us that socialism doesn't work. Their military's shit. It's garbage. They were recruiting people and training them to drive tanks and sending them into war in 3 weeks. And the whole column of tanks would just get blown up. It's ridiculous. And what we learned was, all this time we thought Russia had this big military. We've been taking pictures from spy planes and trying to figure out how much stuff they have. What do they got down there? And you know what we find out? They got shit. None of it runs. It's crap. They can't even defeat one little country. I bet you 90% of their nukes sit cold in the tubes. I don't even think they could get them off the ground. That's still dangerous. Don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying the danger of nuclear war, thermonuclear war. I'm not. But I'm just saying, it shows you right now that Russia is nothing compared to what we thought they were. Why? Because socialism fails every time they try it. Every time they try it, it fails. And the people are miserable. And the people are poor. And the people are freezing to death. And the people are starving. It's the same story. Anywhere you go in the globe where there's socialism, it's the same story. And yet that's what these freaking idiots want to do here. That's what they want here. They love Maduro, the drug-dealing socialist king. They had rallies for the man right after the No Kings rallies. It was kind of very ironic. Anyway, so when you really start looking at this, the whole thing is nuts, folks. It's nuts. People want to take the best country. You know why? Do you know why these people want socialism? Because they're mediocre. And they're not willing to work hard. They're not willing to start a business. They're not willing to start mowing lawns. They're not willing to get off their ass and work. They're not willing to leave their mother's basement. They're not willing to buy their own car. They're not willing to go do a mortgage on a home. Why? Because they're useless. Do you know who thrives the best in a communist society is someone who's completely useless, because everything is reduced to the lowest common denominator, and that person will end up making as much money as everybody else. He can report to work, F up every day, screw up everything, do half-ass work, and still be accepted, still get everything everybody else gets, still gets to smoke his weed, listen to his music. He still gets to do what he wants to do. Instead of working, he gets to do whatever. And that they think that that's the answer is socialism. I think the answer is capitalism. I think the answer is what we have right now, where if I come on YouTube and I spend 5 years working on this channel, I see success. I actually see success coming because I've worked hard. You have to work hard. These people are not willing to work hard. They don't have the good ideas. They're not smart enough to come up with the ways to do it. They can't use the equipment, whatever it is. But the bottom line is they want communism because that puts them on an equal playing field. If you look at these people, they're simpletons that don't have, a lot of them, they don't have the gumption or the ability to go out and start their own business. They don't have any of that. They're just useless folks, a lot of them. They go out and bang a drum at these rallies day after day after day. They're not making no money for them. They're not feeding their kids. Although being that 90% of them are white lesbian women, probably not a whole lot of kids, but some. Look, why is this going on? Why? Because they don't like law and order. They don't like our civilization. And that brings me back to where this whole thing started. You've got one side that is right, and you've got one side that is just dead wrong. Socialism is never the answer. More government is never the answer. Less freedom is never the answer, ever. And that's what these people seem to miss every freaking time. And see, here we go. Now he's calling again with the name calling, angry and bitter man, hoping I find some. You don't hope I find peace. You hope I die and rot in hell. And that's the last warning. If you pay something in more than once again, we're going to ban you from the channel permanently. I've warned you twice now. My moderators are being very nice. Please. You're no more special. That's the problem with the left. They think their message should be louder than everybody else's because they're right and everybody else is wrong. That's the way they think, and that's why they come in here all the time with the capital letters. They come in here and paste the same message over and over and over. People on the right don't do that shit. I don't see that. It's always the people on the left. Why? Because they feel that their message is more important than mine, more important than yours, and I hate that. Edit's a troll. Edit has helped my algorithms tonight. We've done pretty good with the numbers, so that's fine. He's helped me as much as he's hurt me. And the plus is with Edit, unlike a lot of his cronies, he didn't start off by calling me Hitler. That was refreshing. I don't think I've been called Hitler all night, so all right, that's fine, and I'll take that, and we'll let it slide. Because all I want is everyone to have one comment at a time, just like we vote. The left loves to, one person gets 10 votes. The left loves doing that too. They vote for the whole nurse at home. They vote for the whole this, the whole that. There's so much of that goes on in these blue states. Why do you think blue states get bluer? It's not it's not because of the reasons you think. It's because of the way it's being done. The voting laws, no ID, they mail everything out. All you got to do is just mail it back and everything gets counted. And it's a joke. It's a joke. Anywhere where the voting laws are stable, where ID is required, conservatives win the day. Because truthfully, about 60% of this country is right of center. But we haven't seen a fair election since after Reagan. And it's been a real problem. And every time there's an election, the fraud grows. This last election, Trump did so well because he actually did even better than we think. His numbers were actually a lot higher than we think. The fraud was not enough this time. It's not that there wasn't fraud. It's just that because of a lot of the things that were done on both sides, there was a lot less of it. And when you have less fraud and more people voting for Trump, the numbers are staggering. Yes, I'm sick of the widespread fraud. We're gonna get down to it in each of these states. We're finding it probably in every state, but you have to remember this money is funneled through the state governments. Okay, you're not going to find a lot of this fraud here in Florida. We don't pay for Somali daycare here in Florida. We ask for a very small fraction of the money, if any, that these programs are on. We don't even ask for that money here. Or if we do, it's a much smaller amount. Why do Somalis get free daycare and we don't? If my son or daughter, which I don't have, needed daycare, I would have to pay for that daycare, and that shit's expensive. Why do Somalis get free daycare? I want to know. Why do the Somalis get free daycare? Then I want to know how this fraud was allowed to go on so long. Well, it's Minnesota. The fraud goes all the way up to Tampon Tim's office. And it's just, the fraud is absolutely rampant there. But guess what? It's not just there. This is where we're starting. This is the starting point. And the FBI and all the other three-letter agencies, and by the way, they're moving people from one agency to another temporarily to get some of this extra work done because even like CIA and stuff like that, there's a lot of people that are sworn cops doing other things. They're bringing them in to deal with this because we need to get these people locked up. We need to get some of this money back. They need to dig into every wall in these leering centers and find that money that they've got hidden in the wall and get it back into the government coffers. And then they need to prosecute every one of these Somalis and put them all in prison. They can build a whole prison for all I care, and we'll put it right next to the Capitol building there in Minneapolis. And then the other thing is they're going to go to California next, and I'm telling you, California is going to have 5 times the amount of federal assistance money fraud in these same areas that we're talking about with Minneapolis, and we are going to see the same amount of fraud in California amplified times 5. Okay? We're talking huge fraud. California has allowed every single request for money has been granted. And we are going to find lots and lots of fraud in California. And then we're going to Washington, and then we're going to Oregon. And then New York and New Jersey. There's a lot of places that we need to get to. Illinois. There's a lot of places we need to get to out there, and we need to find every bit of this fraud and get it and arrest people all the way to the highest level and all the way down to the lowest level. And we need to find out who in government is allowing all this fraud to go on. How did this go on for so many years with these people not even pretending to daycare kids, with autism programs that don't even know any kids that have autism, and home health care programs that don't even have the first, trained person to do it, but they get paid millions of dollars for doing it, and they don't do it. And no one even stands there to look to see, do these 9 vans go out every morning? No, they don't even have the 9 vans anymore. When the Somalis started, they were actually trying pretty hard to make it look okay, to make it legit. They were faking kids going in the front door and out the back door and all that kind of shit. And the same parents were taking their kids day after day to the same 5 different centers and walking them in the front door and out the back door. There was a lot of that shit going on. And then after a while, they're like, look, they don't inspect us. They don't check us. Nobody ever gets in trouble. And so they literally just stopped. And now they just collect the money. That's all they have to do. Edit, I don't believe we want the same things. That's the problem. I'm sorry, but these protesters don't want the same things I want. I want law and order. I want only people in this country that came in through the front door and signed the guest list, okay? I only want people that came here legally. I only want people that did the due process on the way in. We keep hearing about due process. None of these illegals did the due process on the way in. So if you're going to talk about due process, that's the problem with due process. But we don't all want the same thing. I want America to be a representative republic. I want to cut the fraud. I want to kill PBS and NPR, and I want to kill USAID completely. I want to stop all of this mess. I want to stop all this spending and all these LGBTQ indoctrination programs and all the indoctrinations in high schools and colleges. And I want to stop all of this change of culture that the left is trying to create. And so I don't believe that you and I want the same thing. Because if you're a leftist and you are on the side of these protesters, you and I very clearly do not want the same things. If I do agree. If united we stand, divided we fall. That's correct. However, these are communists. They're socialists. If you compromise yourself halfway to socialism, you're a socialist. Halfway to hell is still the road to hell. And so I don't compromise. I don't want to find middle ground. I've given up on you folks. I now fight you like a plague or a cancer. Because I don't believe that the people on the left love this country. I don't believe they care about the people that care about this country. I don't think they care about the people that fought and died for this country. I don't think they care about the people that are out there in police cars and fire trucks and ambulances keeping us safe every day, which is what I'm retired from, by the way. And I do not believe that people on the left love this country. They want to love this country, but only after it's fundamentally changed into something completely different. Unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. We don't want it changed. We want this country exactly the way it is, minus the fraud and all the bullshit that the left has done. Every time we find a fraudulent program, it's people on the left that have allowed it, people on the left that created it, people on the left that feed it, people on the left that have covered up for it, and now people on the left that need to effing answer for it. Period. Yeah, I don't compromise with evil. You either you're godly and you stand for good and you stand for what's right and you stand for the United States of America as a conservative republic, which is what it is. We were founded as a conservative republic, a religious conservative republic. And look what's happened to us. And we got to fight to keep what we got. Because I actually believe that there is a fundamental threat to the way we live here. And I'm going to do everything I can to get the word out every day that I don't want to find middle ground. I don't want to meet in the middle. Okay? Halfway down the road to hell is still road to hell. Halfway to communism is still not what we have right now. You cannot be half free. The country cannot be halfway perfect. You can't meet these people halfway because they're completely wrong. Socialism is never the answer. High roller, I agree with you if they go back and come in the right way. I don't agree with any program that makes them coming here illegally excused. I am fine if they want to self-deport, they can take the money. We will fly them to the country of their choice. They then will be dropped off at the consulate where they can then apply to come in through the front door. They can even take the money that we gave them to self-deport and use that money to start the process to come back in again. However, if we have to chase them down and catch them, they don't ever get to come back. We fingerprint and DNA them, and they never get to legally come back here because they broke into our country, they stayed in our country, and they didn't leave when we asked them to leave. And so as far as I'm concerned, that's the only way to redemption is to self-deport. And like I said, take the 3,000 or 4,000. They're giving them money. They're literally giving them money to self-deport. Take the money and go and start. Pay for someone to help you start the process. I want you to come here legally. But we have to start today by following the rules are. And the rules are you're no longer welcome here and you need to go. We're going to help you leave and we're going to give you a means to come back. But you have to follow the rules from this day forward, and we're asking you to leave. And that's the way I see it. Yeah, that Grammys, man, these idiots at the Grammys, stupid idiots. The music business is just about to shit. It's gone. AI's taken it. I talked about it earlier. It's over, and I can't wait to piss on the smoldering ashes. They have overcharged us for many, many years. They've all lived these pompous lifestyles where they live in these big houses, and then they talk down to us about global warming and climate disruption and the polar bear bullshit. And while they live in these big pompous ass houses, cutting their records and doing their concerts and flying around in their private jets, preaching at us about the planet, I'm done with these people. And I'm glad that they're all going to be unemployed soon. And I think their royalties will continue to drop every year for the next 20 years down to a certain minuscule point. And even concerts, I think that the only place they'll still be able to ever make money is concerts. I think you'll still have live appearances because people will still always crave a live interaction or live concert, live experience. So I think that's probably the only way that these people will make money in the future. Yeah. Yeah, Trump's a billionaire. Sure. I'm a capitalist. I look at billionaires as where I want to be one day. I set goals and I go for it. We talked about 4366 at the top of the show quite extensively. It is, yeah. So AR 4366, as I mentioned earlier, is that huge sunspot that I showed you guys the pictures of. Yeah, it is turning to face Earth, and anything that happens as of today is going to be geo-effective. And so we will be following this every night right here at 9 p.m. I do space weather. If there's something to talk about, I do space weather every night. I also do terrestrial weather. We do storm chasers. We do everything, police pursuits, whatever there is going on, civil unrest. Yes, they are entrepreneurs. Absolutely. They are. And their time is come and gone. That is how capitalism works. And they'll need to now reinvent themselves in order to stay relevant. That's how capitalism works. So yes, absolutely. Musicians are entrepreneurs. And they're going to get a little taste of that because their life's going to change drastically. So anyway, what else we got? I'm trying to think. There was a couple of other stories here that I had on my list here, and so I did want to go through. Mama, why are we doing this again with the whole screw in my face and all that? What are we doing? All right. So anyway, okay? So let's see here. There was a question from Bakathy. The question was, does the fast radiation or slow radiation wreck the grid? Well, that's they both have different effects. Your fast radiation, which is more like a slow, like a short duration, it's strong but short. They cause widespread disruptions in in systems, mostly power systems, interconnected grids, even like along railroad tracks, you can get a shock and things like that. Slow radiation, which is more of a pulse, like from a geomagnetic field storm like thing. Those things are more long-lasting damage because they build up on the grid and they create damage along the grid. And so that's the problem with those. They can cause transformers to age, but not maybe die that day. But within the next month, you'll have a lot of additional failures and things like that. So that's the way it is. So anyway, yeah, the E1 causes more immediate damage, like if like a fast radiation pulse, more immediate damage. Your slow radiation pulse is more lasting damage, but not as much immediate damage. Okay, so anyway, filibuster. No, I do not think we should get rid of the filibuster. I think it's necessary. The moment we get rid of the filibuster, what if things don't go well next year? Or this year, later this year. What if things don't go well later this year and we lose the House or we lose the Senate? If we lose the Senate, then that filibuster rule is going to become very important. So I actually don't believe in getting rid of the filibuster. I think we have to find ways to work together and get the 60% that is necessary. Yep, Al Gore created the internet. Yeah, it was great for him because the warming's causing the cooling. Let's see here. Yeah, I think so. Hobo Snail, I think that's really good advice. I do. I think that's good advice. And it's always country over party. But when one party is moving to destroy, uh, the other becomes one and the same. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I am not a Republican necessarily. I vote Republican. I'm registered Republican. But I'm a constitutionalist libertarian. I believe that government is the problem. And so I actually sometimes can meet the far left. If I go far right enough, I can meet a few folks from the far left. Because if you go far enough either way, you'll find libertarians that believe that the government is the problem. Um, the Lone Silencer, I heard of that. I read a couple paragraphs about that, but I haven't actually seen the video. Um, yeah, I'll check that out. Maybe we'll show it. I have to do it tomorrow, but let's see. Well, it's because the warming is being caused by all the cooling around the globe. And so I have to fly around and bring awareness to the world. Like, that guy's such a freak. He literally has created more carbon in the last year than your entire family will create in their entire lifetime. Um, Yep, he actually tried to take credit for creating the internet, but he also tried to take credit. He also said that by 2010, the entire streets in downtown Miami will be flooded during high tide. He also said that too, and he's complete shit. Complete shit. We've seen no tidal rise in 50 years. None. None. So it's complete bullshit. Um, he promised global warming. It never happened. Yes, this is a free speech channel. Absolutely. I do not know what Donald Trump and Walmart have in common, other than they both seem to be getting the job done pretty good. This is a free speech channel. Understand something, though. The First Amendment does not apply here, but I make this a free speech channel. If you do all caps or you paste the same thing in over and over and over, or you otherwise spam, or you start using a bunch of racial slurs, we will get rid of you. But your opinion is welcome, and your opinion can be the exact opposite of mine. Um, all right, let me see. Let me see what I can do here. God, I hate Instagram. The video comes up and plays one time, and then it recycles. Let me see if I can get it for you guys here. It's gonna be screwed up, but just bear with me here. All right, let me try to refresh this transition. Here we go. This is the video. I mean, these activists are literally driving around and obstructing and harassing. Those things are illegal. They are go against a free society. Thank you, Lone Silencer. There it was. Al Gore was completely wrong. Yes. Matter of fact, everything Al Gore and John Kerry have said is going to happen has not happened. They said water would run through the streets of Miami at high tide. The high tide this year is the same as it was 50 years ago. The tide has not changed more than maybe 1 or 2 centimeters at the very most. And we don't even know. There's no way to really quantify that small amount of change. Any stackers in this channel? I don't, not sure. Don't know. Al Gore, what a joke. Yeah, I know. He was an absolute joke. I think the worst part of it is these people originally came out and said that there was a hole in the ozone layer that was going to kill us all. And then they said that an ice age was going to take over the planet and everybody would have to move to tropical areas or we would run out of fossil fuels. Oh, that's right. We were going to run out of fossil fuels. That was another one. And acid rain, going to kill us all. Global cooling, coming ice age. And then finally, global warming. Then we had climate change, climate disruption, global change. And every single one of these things had crazy predictions. Acid rain was going to kill all the crops and people were going to die of famine by 2000. The coming ice age in 1975, they said that by 2000, most people north of the Mason-Dixon line will have moved south in order to get out of the extreme cold. And that there may not, by 2010 or 2020, be enough heating oil to keep everyone alive through the winter. This was an actual scientist prediction in 1975. So the scientists have always been wrong about what's going to happen. Because you know what happens every time the scientists come out with a prediction? Nothing happens. It doesn't get warmer. It doesn't get cooler. Acid doesn't rain down on us. Holes in the ozone don't let laser beams come through from the sun. The whole thing is ridiculous. And yet it's always done for a purpose. You know? I mean, all the way down to investment properties and things like that. People get on board with these crazy conspiracy theories about the weather and about climate and things like that. There's always an agenda. Just like there is with these nuts now, your Kerry and your Gore types that are literally that climate change has become their religion of choice. The climate change has just become everything to these people, and they are absolutely, and they don't care because all they care about is pushing their agenda, whatever their agenda is. And if you always look, there's always an agenda, and I think that's what really sucks, is just that there is literally always an agenda out there on everything, right or left, right or wrong. There's always an agenda out there, and global warming is probably the biggest example of that. Who supports global warming? You know, it's like the same thing with fossil fuels. What you'll find is most of the lobbyists that are out there trying to get rid of fossil fuels, most of those lobbyists are paid for by solar panel people. They're paid for by people that finance wind farms. They're paid for all these green energy people. They're paid for by all these, people that want to do these crazy ideas, like the billions and billions of dollars that was spent on these solar collection stations that they built, and then 5 years later realized they didn't work and ripped them down. Billions of dollars, billions. Green energy that fails every time. Green energy that never makes the first dollar because the solar panels fail before they create enough electricity to pay for the solar panels. And when you start adding that up across the whole field, and you start having to replace panel after panel, and it keeps accelerating, and then you have your 5-year maintenance, your 10-year maintenance, your 20-year maintenance. And what ends up happening is these solar fields aren't making any money. The wind farms, they're taking more down right now than they're putting up. The wind farms have already run their course. You're not going to probably see any more offshore wind farms. They're pretty much banning those, even in California. What you should believe, hobo snail, what you should believe is the fact that beaches move. Our beach reduces every single year. It has nothing to do with the height of the tide. It has nothing to do with the mean high sea level. Our beach disappears every year when there's a bad storm. We have a bed tax here in Lee County and in Collier, and I think Charlotte. Most of the counties have it. It's a bed tax. When you come stay in this county, you'll pay 25 cents towards the beach renourishment. And that's literally what it goes to. And what we do is we have a barge that sits off the coast with a big hose that goes up on the beach. And they use a tractor on one end and a barge on the other end. And they pump sand up on the beach. Most people don't realize this. The amount of beach you have between your home and the water is not related to how high the mean high tide is. Mean high tide has been the same for 50 years, give or take a centimeter. What makes the difference is how much sand has been deposited or removed from the beach over the last 5 or 10 years. Storms take it away. Storms also can bring it in. It all depends on a lot of different factors. But one thing's for sure. The aggregate over the years is that you're going to lose beach. You're always going to lose beach. If you build a house on a beach and that beach has no renourishment, eventually that house will be right at the edge of the water. But that has nothing to do with the rising tide. That has nothing to do with a mean high sea level change. That has to do with the fact that the dynamics of the sand on your beach are changing every day. And everything affects them, from storms to tides, cycles, everything affects it. And so that's what's going on there. There has been no appreciable tide rise. And if you go look up the actual data for 50 years, some will tell you 2 centimeters up, some will tell you nothing. There's really been no appreciable and documentable rise in tide. And so an observation like yours, as incorrect as it is, okay, it's a correct observation, but what you're applying it to is incorrect. And the reason is because what's changed is the amount of sand between you and the ocean, not the level of the water going up and down. But you're one of these people that you're going to believe in something that cannot even be proven, rather than listening to someone who actually has the data and the facts and knows that the water hasn't rose. The water hasn't rose. Whether Noah even says there's no appreciable tidal rise. So you can believe science, you can believe fact, or you can believe your anecdotal observation of one beach when you don't understand the dynamics of what's going on. But that's what the left does. They just point at you and call you crazy. When the fact is, the facts are the water hasn't rose. Why is it that the water is not running in the streets of Miami? Because Miami builds their beaches up every day. They're out there every day, 300 and something days a year, 6 days a week, pumping sand onto their beaches to protect them, putting up dunes, putting up additional beach so that they have another 50 or 100 yards of beach out there for people to enjoy. But the water's not rising or falling at any appreciable level. It's simply the movements of the sand. I'm not aware of any commercial jet crashes recently. I'm gonna go to my several to go to the wires here and see if I can see anything. Take a quick peek. Today they released the identities of the 4 people killed in the main private jet crash. That might be what you're thinking of. Officials on February 3rd identified 4 of the 6 people who were on board a private plane bound linked to a law firm that crashed January 25th during takeoff. That sentence that's not even good grammar. The crash happened as the aircraft took off from the Bangor International Airport in the city of Bangor, about 130 miles northeast of Portland. All 6 people on the plane, 4 passengers and crew died. And they've released the names of 4 of them. They were all in their 30s and 40s. And they're still trying to identify the last 2. So that's the only thing I have for that area up there. It was a 6-seater. It went down with all hands on board, and everyone died. And so that's what they announced the names today. So that's why that was back at the top of the news. Yes, well, yeah, there's corruption everywhere, even in science. Anywhere humans are involved, you're going to find corruption. Yeah. Yes, New Orleans has a wall holding back the water. However, the delta is sinking. The delta is sand. Okay? Again, it's not that the tide is rising, it's the land is sinking. Land is dynamic. It's always moving, whether it's the land under the ocean, the land above the ocean, tectonic plates and shifts, and just erosion and the daily high and low tide cycles and the wave action. There's so many things that change the dynamics, especially of coastal areas. And so, yes, New Orleans is sinking. It's getting lower. And that's why technically many of the streets in New Orleans sit below sea level. And that's why. Yeah, it's true. I don't believe I'm defensive about anything. Um, you said you drew the comparison between listening to me or following what your eyes see. And so I went ahead and explained the science behind it and explained how the measurements are taken and explained why it seems in some areas that the water's rising when in fact it's not. Now, you can either go look up what I said and verify that it's correct, or you can continue to stay in here and tell everybody that I just don't know what I'm talking about. So that's your 2 choices. River deltas tend to build up, and to the point that they're no longer a delta anymore, Remember, they build up as water's flowing over them. Yes. No water flows over them anymore. It's all been directed. Therefore, now it's sinking. It's soft sand that's no longer being built up because it's no longer a delta. It was the delta, meaning that it was all the silt that spills out from the bottom of the river when it comes out. The Mississippi River comes down, and all the silt and all that crap spill out, and it creates land over time. Once the water is diverted off that land, or the land becomes high enough that it's no longer underwater, that delta is formed and it's over. And then we build on it, and then we end up building a wall around it because the thing's sinking. Yeah, so that's what happened there. Yeah. So it's one of you have to understand that nothing on earth is permanent. We look at the mountains and the sea as being permanent things. They're not. They move every day. The beach moves, the sand moves, everything moves every day. But we have actual and if you can find a link that shows me empirical data as to how that we've had inches of tidal rise in the last 10 years or 20 years, please let me know. Give me cite it. Tell me. Because the truth is, even the government has reported that there's been technically no tidal rise, no mean high tidal rise at all. It's not happening. And the whole thing about the John Kerry said that by 2010 that there would be no ice left in the North Pole, and that it would be bare, it would be a sea up there, and there'd be no ice left by 2010. Here it is 2026, and the ice is rebuilding up there. The continent gets bigger every day. The ice is building up there, and we're seeing a great reversal, and that's because the Earth is a cycle. And in another 10 years, I predict that the scientists will be saying we're all going to freeze to death again, because whatever they think they see, they're going to tell you it's the truth, and they're going to swear to it. But yeah. No, water levels don't change, generally speaking. Ocean levels have not really changed more than a few centimeters in the last 50 years. That's correct. No, I'm saying other things change at a faster rate than sea level. Sea level is very constant. It's such a large thing globally. It's affected by tide, which is affected by gravitational forces and everything else. But the actual volume of water doesn't change much. And it would take so much ice falling into the ocean just to change it by a very small amount that in all these years that we've been alive here, we haven't seen it move much at all. But we have seen beach grow and shrink by yards, hundreds of yards. And we've seen things like the Mississippi Delta actually sinking, actually losing altitude over the years. So these things can be seen, they can be proven. We also know that we have ways of detecting the tidal rise, and we can also prove over the years that the tide still rises and falls at roughly the same rate that it always has, to roughly the same levels that it has. Does that mean it changes over 50,000 years? Yes, everything changes over 50,000. The damn continents move around. I mean, everything changes. But one of the biggest constants in the universe that we found here is our tides on this planet, the actual sea level. It does change. We've got evidence that over the course of tens of thousands of years, the tide can change by 50 feet up and down. Whole continents can be underwater, things like that. It's happened. But it takes so long for that to happen. And it's not something that's going to happen because of cars driving around on the planet or something stupid like that. Well, you can say it's a political... Look, anything you disagree with, you're going to say is a political view. That's what you guys do. Because everything ties to politics with you guys. Because whatever your religion, which is the religion of climate change, or the religion of leftism, whatever your religion says to believe in, you believe in. And you turn around and blame the Christians for the same thing. Yeah, I actually believe that that many people, they believe no matter what. they believe global warming is real. It's not that they even actually believe it's real. It's just that's the line they have to toe. That's the story of their party. That's the way it works. And so there's a lot more of that than there is truth. Generally, when I debate people on the left, we get down to facts and the debate's over, because the facts are every single benchmark that Al Gore and John Kerry and all these idiots have said over the years, every single benchmark has not only been missed, but it never even started. You know, when they say all the ice will be gone by a certain year, and now here it is 16 years after that prediction, and the ice is all back. Everything's doing great. Things are returning. We're seeing growth on the north. So what's up with that? And what it is you're the one that has the narrative. It has to fit the narrative. My narrative is the truth. I just want the truth. If you can show me proof that the globe is warming, then you also need to show me proof that that's a bad thing, because I actually believe about half a degree over 100 years with a little bit more carbon in the atmosphere, probably a good thing for crops. It's a good thing for a lot of different things, but we're not even seeing that. We're seeing a slight rise in carbon levels in the atmosphere, but the Earth scrubs itself. It's actually, the Earth is an amazing thing. And that's the biggest thing that Gore and Kerry didn't take into consideration. Yeah, we're polluting the planet. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, our tailpipes are everywhere. But what they didn't take into consideration was just how minuscule our effect is on something as large as the globe. And the fact that the technology to get away from fossil fuels and the technology to create more efficient devices and to create more efficient power storage and to create more efficient generation of electricity and things like that, all of these things lend to us getting away from these things long before they ever actually affect the temperature or the status of the globe in any way. And we're actually seeing new technology outpacing any evidence of any global change, global warming, or global disruption. And so we're ahead of the curve on this. And the best thing we can do is not buy into any of this bullshit, this carbon offset bullshit, not buying into any of it, and taking the money that we would have spent on all this bullshit and put it towards making cleaner, more efficient machines. Put it towards making better cars, not necessarily electric cars. I agree that there is a future for electric cars. I also agree that it's peaked out right now. It's peaked out right now. But there will always be electric cars, and they do okay. Like down here in Florida, when you drive an electric car, you're basically driving a coal, gas, electric, nuclear hybrid is what you're driving. Because our power down here, only about 15% of it comes from renewables. Most of it comes from coal. Natural gas is number one, then coal, then nuclear. So when you drive an electric car in my town, you're not any more green, because when you look at how much loss there was on those electric lines getting that electricity from the power plant way on the other side of town over to your house, if you look at the loss there, a loss that's eaten by the power company, by the way, if you look at that loss that's on all the wiring to your house, that negates that 15% green energy, and you're basically burning just as much fossil fuel as I am in your car. That's the inconvenient truth that they don't want to tell you about. That's the problem, is that when you do the math on it, electric cars, especially in Florida, electric cars, they're not doing anything to help the environment. But yet these dopes drive around in these cars with their blue hair and their masks on, and they drive around thinking they're saving the planet, virtue signaling, basically, that they're saving the planet, when in fact, they've done nothing. They're driving around this car that weighs 1,200 pounds more than my car because it's got this big battery in it. Yeah. And they're driving around this heavier vehicle and paying less tax. When they drive that electric car around, they're not paying gas tax. They're not paying road tax. How's that fair? They're driving a vehicle that's a lot heavier than mine. Electric cars are a lot harder on the roads than gas cars. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Awkward Wand. I think I pronounced that right. Oh, Wicked One? Is that it? I think I might have got it that right at the time. Anyway, but yeah, thank you for coming in, and thank you for the super chat. I really, really appreciate that. Electric cars. I'm gonna try not to say dumbest thing ever, because there is actually a lot dumber thing. But I agree with you. It's a dumb thing because all you're doing is you're taking electricity now that's generated on the other side of town, and you're running it through all this infrastructure and all these wires to get to your home. And once it gets to your home, it gets loaded into an inefficient battery system where there's another 15 or 20% loss during the charging cycle. There's loss during use. There's loss when it's hot outside. There's loss when it's cold outside. You know, up there, I was up somewhere, it was 4 degrees. It was 4 degrees. My electric car would lose 35% of its battery life at 4 degrees. And the heat in the car uses up more battery power than everything else combined. So if you get in a car, electric car, and it's 4 degrees, and you run the heat wide open, it's good for about 55 miles. That's the problem. My gas motor, which creates the heat as a byproduct, can not only heat my car, but it can also run my car, and I still get the full 200 or 300 miles out of it. That's the difference. So anyway, thanks again for that super chat. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, that's not true. It's just not. The battery manufacturing creates extremely high emissions. But when they have to get rid of these batteries every 5 years and they have to replace them at $7,000 or $8,000 or $9,000, they charge you $1,000 core fee for these batteries. And when they charge you that core fee, why? Because it's slap full of things that are really, really bad for the environment and really hard to recycle all those precious metals back out of that battery. And nobody wants these batteries right now. That's another big problem. The first generation of electric vehicles, the batteries are going bad. And guess what? We're seeing Priuses with 230,000 miles on the crusher. Why? Because it's more expensive to put a new battery in it than the car is worth. So the resale value on electric cars that are over 3 or 4 years old is really becoming a new problem for them. Nobody wants a 4 or 5 year old EV because they know that battery's coming up. And in 5 or 6 years, you're going to end up with a car that gets you 50 miles down the road and it dies. And you're going to have to put a $9,000 battery in it, play a $1,000 core fee in a car that's got a blue book value of about $7,000. It's ridiculous. EVs is losing, it's a loser all the way around. I'm saying that it's worth keeping the technology. I think eventually battery technology with this new bioenno that they're working on now, I think we might, because battery technology really hasn't come that far. And I think that with better battery technology and maybe even eventually better solar technology, we can eventually make efficient electric cars. But I don't see it right now. I just don't. And then you add the problem of charging stations. And, I have a cabin that's 700 miles from here. I would need to hit 2 charging stations for 4 hours apiece. I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous. I can fuel my car up and drive up there. I stop in Valdosta, I fuel up, and I go all the way to my cabin with the second tank of gas. Why would I ever do that in an electric vehicle? It's a ridiculous thing. And like I said, with all the loss in the lines and all the loss because the car's so much heavier and all the loss because of all the cost of the battery initially and then the cost of the replacement battery and the damage that big battery does on our environment, and the loss of the precious metals that have to be recouped. When you start looking at all the things, all the bad things about electric cars, like the fact that they tell you it has a 300-mile range when you buy it, but that's if you don't turn the radio on, you don't turn the air conditioner on, you don't turn the headlights on, you don't turn the flashing lights on, you don't use your turn signals, you keep your foot off the brake as much as possible. Don't use any heat, of course, that uses a lot. Even the map lights take away useful time on the car. And what you end up with is you end up with a situation where you got a 300-mile range if you don't use a single device in the car. You turn the heat on, it's now a 200-mile range. Oh, you need wipers and headlights while you're using the heat? It's now a 100-mile range. That's the thing with my gas car. My 385-mile range that I get on my gas car, if I use the headlights, the windshield wipers, and run the air conditioner the whole time, it still goes 350 miles. You'll never beat that efficiency. I'm sorry. Not unless they have a whole new design on that. And flying cars are coming, Victor. They're coming. We used to think flying cars would be these big, like floating Land Cruiser things. And what actually it's going to be is personal flying craft. It's going to be almost like a thing that you wear that's going to have 4 drone propellers on it, and it's going to take off, and you can just fly this thing to work and land. They're already being built. I already know somebody that's invested in the company that's building them. Yeah, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. Okay, the Prius, yes, yeah, it's great. It does well, but you can't get over the fact, like you just said, that selling point concerns are limited to older, high mileage, or or specifically neglected models. Don't you mean anything that's just over 5 years old? Because EV batteries do not have an infinite life. Even if you keep it in your garage and you don't live in a really cold environment, you don't live in a really hot environment, you take good care of the car, you charge it like you're supposed to, and everything else, that battery's only going to last 5-6 years. That's it. And you're going to see diminished ability out of that battery. You're going to see less mileage every year. So there you go. I don't see how that's any good. Yeah, it doesn't. It's a general point. Even Teslas are great cars. Teslas are absolutely great cars. But I don't want one because I don't want the hassle of the charging stations. I don't want to have to install equipment at my house to charge my car. Yeah, I don't. The whole thing. Yeah, the whole thing is just. Electric cars are not there yet. The left has pushed the government through subsidies and through legislation, through rules. They're trying to push for these electric vehicles, and the only reason you can buy an electric vehicle for just only $1,000 more than a gas vehicle is because the government kicks in another $4,500 or something. Now, those subsidies have come way down over the years. There was a time when the government was subsidizing $5,000 to $10,000 per EV. It's a lot lower than that now. But it's absolutely ridiculous. If the government has to subsidize it, it's not a proven technology, period. Period. If it was a good technology, the government wouldn't need to subsidize it. That's the bottom line. So what are we doing? Why does the government have to subsidize this for years? Now, first of all, the 2 people I know that got electric cars, their electric bill went up just as much as their gas bill went down. There's no difference. The cost is the same for the power. Okay, and there's a lot of empirical data out there that shows that the savings you have paying an electric bill versus paying your mobile card or whatever, you're not saving that much. Number 2, you're greatly exaggerating the cost of the new batteries. My God, I mean, they're a lot more than that, dude. Seriously, You can say that all you want. Again, I would like to see where you're getting that from. And you're not taking into consideration the $1,000 core fee that you're going to have to pay to get rid of the old one. And it's going to take a mechanic to drop the one out and put the other one in. Yes, if you live in a small place, you know, for instance, the golf carts in all the communities down here, they make sense. Makes sense to have a golf cart. You charge it up at your house. You don't have to worry about electric, you know, gas motor and all that. A little cart runs around. That's fine. But that cart doesn't have air conditioning and heat and all the windshield wipers and all the things that you have that take electricity, and you're only driving it up to the clubhouse and back. When you start talking about a real car, it just doesn't make any sense. And you keep glazing over the fact that the loss of electricity going through the lines to charge the car. When you're making power on the other side of town and you run that power all the way through miles and miles and miles of power lines, through transformers and ups and downs and this and that, and it finally makes it to your house, you've already got a 20 or 30% loss on the energy right there. And that's just about what you're going to make back on the fact that you're in an electric car. There's some positives to electric cars. They accelerate faster. They're breaking records with acceleration and stuff like that. Do you need that? No. I don't know. I think if that's the only good thing you can come out of it is that it accelerates faster or whatever, it's much heavier, so you're going to have a harder time stopping it. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense to individual owners in places like this. No, my work just moved, and starting the end of next week, instead of driving 20 minutes to work, I'm now going to drive 50 minutes to work. So yeah, and thank God I have a gas car. The Arduino batteries, I've heard good things about those as well. Yeah. Well, and I also think that the last thing that needs to be done with electric cars is they need to get a gas tax. They need to start being charged for, you know, every gallon of gas, I pay almost $1 in road tax. That's where much of our new roads come from, is gas tax. And these people with electric cars, they're getting out of paying road tax and driving a car that's actually worse on the road. It's heavier. Yeah, electric trucks flopped. We need to advance the battery technology. Once we can get 6 or 8 or 9 years out of a battery, that will help. But it's mostly the amount of amperage that we get per square foot. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is the weight over amperage. And it's just not good. I mean, we have a big battery this big just to start your car in the morning. Yeah. Okay, let's stop saying zero emissions, because that's a lie. You're fueling it off of a natural gas power plant, a coal power plant, and a nuclear power plant. That's what charges it. So when you say it's zero emissions, you're lying. It's not zero emissions. The emissions are simply emitted somewhere else. They're not emitted from your tailpipe. They're emitted from the stack on top of the power plant. But to say it's zero emissions is 100% disingenuous. It is completely disingenuous. All right? The power generated for that electric car is no greener than the power generated by my internal combustion gasoline motor in my car. So that is completely disingenuous. EV batteries typically last between 10 and 20 years. We haven't even had them that long. Do you know how many of these cars are being crushed? 6 years in, the battery's ruined, and it costs so much to replace them. So I don't know where all this data you're coming up with comes from. Are you putting this in the Grok or something, or Chat GPT? Where are you getting this information? And I mean, 20 years or 200,000 miles before needing replacement? Give me a break. Give me a break, okay? Sorry. No one's buying that because it's not true. AI is not real life. Well, it is right now. Sorry to say. Um, yeah, yeah, airless tires. There's going to be some neat advancements. We're with AI. We're at the cusp of some really big stuff coming. I think AI is going to improve battery life. AI is going to improve the amperage per square foot ratio that is so important, and it is what's hurting electric cars. Once we do that, we're getting close. But why? Why go through all this? Why have a big heavy car with a big bad battery in it that's really bad on our economy and tears up our roads? Why have all that when we could have hydrogen cars right now? Other countries, they're driving around in hydrogen cars right now. They're making what they call Brown's gas. They're using electrodes in water with a solution, and they're making what they call Brown's gas. And Brown's gas is simply hydrogen and oxygen. It splits the H and the 2 and the O. It splits the H2 and the O. And what it does is it gives you 2 molecules of hydrogen, 1 molecule of oxygen. And as you know, Brown's gas will burn. And I've sat there and watched people convert cars. I've watched all kinds of videos on this. I was almost obsessed with it for a short time because I believe hydrogen is the future of automobiles. We can drive all the way to Granny's house in Connecticut on 6 gallons of water. That's the way to do it. And by the way, that would be zero emissions. The real zero emissions, not some bullshit. Not emissions that are popping up in some other part of town so we don't talk about them. Yes, and that only represents about 15% of the electric here in Florida. And since Florida's no longer doing any subsidies or any of that kind of stuff, I don't expect it to get much higher. And we're not doing offshore wind here either because it's very bad on our wildlife, our marine life, and our birds. And so in Florida, it's about 15%. Some say 10, some say 20. Let's just say 15 to split the difference. 15% is green or renewable energy. And the rest of it is mostly natural gas with some coal and nuclear. And then you've got the loss in all the wires to get it to your house. So yeah, that's why I'm saying your car's not zero emissions if you charge your car off of my gas-powered power plant down across town. Because now the electricity was made by natural gas, which was burned to create the mechanical energy that created the electricity that you're using right now. And so therefore, it's not zero emissions. Even in California, there's a certain percentage of the electricity, 40, 50%, I'm sure, that's still made by fossil fuels, either natural gas or bunker C or coal or whatever. And that being said, if that's the way it is, then it's not zero emissions. Now, if you put solar panels on your roof and you charge your car off of the solar panels on your roof, then you can put a sticker on that son of a bitch that says zero emissions, and you would be telling the truth. Yes, 21 to 23% of the U.S. emissions. It's lower here in Florida. So in other words, okay, 77% of your car is not zero emissions. You're still putting out emissions, bub. Sorry. You know, you've inconvenienced yourself with a heavier than normal vehicle. You shirking taxes that you should be paying to help us provide roads out here, and you're doing it with a battery that's very bad on our environment and requires us to buy offshore resources in order to make them, or buy the batteries from offshore, whichever. And it's a lose-lose for our country all the way around. And then when you add the subsidies on top of it, thank God I think with Trump we've pretty much got rid of all the electric car subsidies, which is what definitely needed to happen. Yeah, natural gas is not considered green energy. I know that some people want to say that, but it either is or it isn't. And half the people say it is, and half the people say it isn't. When you burn natural gas, you are emitting carbon. Therefore, it is not zero emissions. It is not green. It is greener than Bunker C. It is greener than many other things that we're burning, like coal. Yeah. But what does it do to your efficiency when you have to go sit somewhere for 4 hours for a charge? And you're telling me that you're driving an electric car because 20% of the fuel you're using is from renewable energy? Really? And that's worth it to you for all that inconvenience and cost? It's ridiculous. Whatever. You guys can try to justify it all you want. But the bottom line is, without subsidies and without improved battery life and without more charging stations, which are not materializing nearly at the rate that they thought they were, the Democrats had a grant during Biden. They were going to put up 100,000 charging stations. I think they ended up building 20 of them. The whole program collapsed. The money was all spent. Nothing ever happened. It was a big mess. Yeah, natural gas is great because it is pleasant on the environment. It's not near as bad on the environment as other things. And it's also fairly easy to bottle up and have quite a bit of it available. And so, yeah, it's great. Obviously a leftist. I mean, if they're in here trying to justify like things like global warming and electric cars and stuff, they're obviously leftists. They're reality challenged individuals. Yeah, the power company is paying you for the power that you send back in the grid at 40 or 50 cents on the dollar. Please go check your conversion rate and let me know what it is. Power companies here are paying 50 cents on the dollar. And I hear it's that way pretty much anywhere. So you can call it a win-win all you want, but trust me, it's not a win. And whatever. If you're completely charging your car off grid with all renewables, good for you. You represent 1% of the 1% that own electric cars. Seriously. And if you spend all that money and all that time and all that energy to feel good about yourself, more power to you. If that's what it takes to make you feel good, you know what makes me feel good? Success. That's what makes me feel good. What makes me feel good is to come and do something and do it right. That's what makes me feel good. I don't have to virtue signal how I feel about things by putting up solar panels and driving electric cars and being all smug driving around town. I don't have to be that way because I don't have to prove to anybody what I believe or what I think. And I don't have to waste my money on shit that's not quite developed technology yet. For ruining the Colorado environment. I don't even know what that means. No one's ruined the environment. The environment's perfectly fine. It has been. Oh, yeah. California electricity is several times more expensive than it is here. That's just your liberals. Your liberals drive up the cost of everything. Yes, I'm an internet streamer with 60 viewers. I had 135 earlier. Yeah, I got 27,000 subs. I've got 1,200 videos. If you want to get into the stats, I've got 36 million views. I also produce the #1 conservative talk radio station in all of Southwest Florida. And we have 1 to 1.2 million listeners in our 5 o'clock hour every day. So I have lots of reach here, and I have lots of reach at work. I imagine I have a lot more reach than your voice has. So yes, very, very successful. As a matter of fact, yeah, very successful, I think. I've been producing talk radio for many, many years, and many people hear what I have to say. So there you go. And liberals always resort to that. You're just a little man with 60 viewers. Yeah, well. I think it's important to note, though, that when you come in here busting my balls about my 5 years of work, 5 years of work that I put in this channel, and all the energy and time and money that I've devoted to this channel, only to be starting to get some money back just recently, okay? To come in here and slam me for that just because you disagree with my political views is bullshit. But it's even more bullshit when you actually have 8 subscribers on your channel and you've only uploaded 1 video. And you just busted my balls for having 27,000 subs and only 60 concurrent viewers. You just busted my balls for that. When look at your channel, look at your reach. All you can do is go snipe other people's channels and be a troll. The entire thing you do is go troll in other people's channels. Create your own channel. That's an entrepreneur. Do your own thing. Go out and create your own way. Instead of riding somebody else's boat, build a boat. That's what you do. And instead of coming in here and giving me a hard time about my boat, build your own boat. When you get to the point I'm at, then you can come bitch at me again. But to bitch at me about the number of viewers I have right now, I spoke on the radio earlier and 100,000 people heard my voice. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. And you have the reach of your 8 subscribers. Should I subscribe? I'll be number 9. Do you want me to subscribe? I'll be number 9 for you. Yeah? So you're a person that doesn't bother to do any of this yourself, but you go around and give me a hard time because I only have 60 people in here. You haven't even had 60 people visit your channel. And I have 60 live. I've had as many as 10,000 live. Where have you been? Have you taken the time to learn how to do any of this? Do you want to be successful yourself? Or do you just want to go in and be the big liberal guy that goes out and virtue signals because you're so much better than everybody else because you have green technology on your house and you charge your Prius with your own solar panels? My God. Virtue signaling. Look at me. I'm better than you because I care about the planet. Yeah. Streaming is below you. But trolling is not? You're ignorant, dude. I know that's exactly what I just told him, little girl. Oh, my God. That's crazy. JC on our Bell Show. I love it. I'm going to tell you, Art Bell, you are a heathen, sir. You're going straight to hell. Art Bell, take it from me. You're going to hell, sir. Did I do it right? Was that good enough? You better repent your ways, Art Bell. Oh, my God. Yeah, you can troll us all you want, because you know what? When you're on the side of idiocy, you're on the side that doesn't make sense. You're on the side of gays for Hamas. You're on the side of the No Kings rally, and then 4 weeks later, we have a rally for a king, Maduro. Yeah, you're the guy that goes out and says stupid statements like that stupid bitch at the Grammys that makes the statement that no one's illegal on stolen land. It can't be stolen land unless you're illegal. That statement's the most ignorant statement I've ever heard in my life. That's the left. Nothing they say makes any sense. And that's why they're slowly losing where they're at. And eventually that party will have to reform and redesign, because they lost the blue-collar worker, lost the unions. Why? Because the unions wanted tariffs all these years. The unions finally got the tariffs they wanted from Donald Trump. The police and fire unions have all left the left. Everybody's leaving the left. Why? Because it's this lunacy. They're loony over electric cars, and they're loony over transgenderism and letting 12-year-olds chop their tits off. They've just become totally obsessed with the most craziest things. And that's why they've lost the middle. When you lose the middle, you don't win elections. Hence the last big election. You kind of missed on that one. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. Hobo, I won't ban you. Because if I ban you, that's what you're looking for. As long as I leave you in here, you're stimulating all my people to chat. My chat rate right now is double what it was earlier. You're helping me right now. Thank you. You're helping me. You're helping me, number one, with my algorithms. You're helping me, number two, by stimulating my chat room and by stimulating the people that are watching right now to have a good discussion. And number three, you're helping me because you're proving that your side's nuts and you have no case. And all you do is throw out the same bullshit and diatribe every time. And the same talking points aren't working anymore. People are sick of it. You can't just call people Nazi no more and run away. It's not working. People aren't listening to it anymore. So that's basically the way it works. Yeah, it's amazing to me that what you find is people that troll are just little people that have no voice, no say, and they'll come in here and they'll always devolve to the point where they tell me that I'm little and I have no voice and I have no say, because that's all they got left. That's what's left. It kind of sucks, but when something is melted down to its lowest common denominator, what you basically get is them calling you what they are themselves. And that's what we have right now. My flag decal won't get me into heaven anymore. I don't worry about getting into heaven. My deeds will take care of that. And yeah, that's weird. Yes, EV smugness. Yeah, it is. There's actually a South Park episode. I think it's called Smug. Yeah. And it's about how EV users created so much smug that it actually created a smug storm, and it actually damaged a number of towns. Yeah. Yes, there is less streamers on the left because, look, do you want to defend that every day? Do you want to come out every day with the low ground, the moral low ground, the logical low ground, the political low ground, the ideological low ground. I mean, that's what they have. That's what the left has. They have to come out every day and defend lunacy. They have to come out every day and defend crazy things like gay people that support Hamas. Hamas would fire them off the top of a building if they went and visited them. They would throw them right off. That's the kind of lunacy you get on the left. You get people that are fighting so that 12-year-olds can go against their parents' wishes and have their penis cut off. These are the kind of people we're talking about. People on the left that are absolutely nuts. People that are destroying college campuses, having rallies for terrorists. Hating Jews simply because they're Jewish. Loving terrorists simply because they're killing Jews. What is wrong with the left? I mean, they're the freaks. They're the crazies in our society. They're the ones that want to change everything. They're the anti-Americans that fly the flag upside down. They're the assholes throwing condoms full of piss on our police officers. They're the ones that are against normalcy and law and order. They're the pagans. They're the people that are against our society. They're the people that create the problems that we have today. And they're out there right now protesting law and order, protesting the very laws that make us a sovereign nation. They're out there protesting the very thing that makes us special, and that's our representative republic. They're out there every day shitting on this country that I love. And that's part of the motivation of why I'm here, and that's a part of the motivation why I am on commercial talk radio every day, espousing pro-American values. I'm on here every day saying the way it needs to be in order to get us back to making America great again, making it what we were, a representative republic that's not run by a bunch of freaks or some guy with dementia with an auto pin, by some party that wants to raise taxes and raise regulation and raise everything that takes down your quality of life. That has to end. And that's what we've done in this last election. As we said, it stops here. It goes no farther. We're not going to allow the degradation of this wonderful country, the country where everything that's good in this world is developed, it's nurtured. It's where science and technology, I'll get to that in a minute. It's where science and technology and all these things have gone so well over the years. Why? Because we're not socialists, that's why. Because we're a country of freedom, a country of entrepreneurs, a country of people that can create things. They can, through capitalism, become great. They can become rich. They can have the life that they want because they can use their talents and their hard work to get it. And then you got the other side that don't want to use talent and hard work. They want everything handed to them on a silver platter. They want the illegals to be legal and the legals to be illegal. I don't understand it. It's just crazy loony town all the time. And we're literally protesting law and order. We're literally protesting law and order. We're literally protesting against our very police officers and our federal officers that protect us and keep us safe. And we are protesting against something that Bill Clinton deported 6 million illegals. Bill Clinton deported almost 20 million illegals. The Bushes deported illegals. Reagan deported illegals. Even Biden, at the very beginning, until he put a stop to it, was deporting illegals. It's what every president does because that's what has to be done. That's what you have to do to remain a sovereign nation. Had these people, if they were taught anything in school, if these liberal school teachers, these union teachers, were not in there spending all their time indoctrinating them into sex problems that they have, if they were actually teaching them real history and real truths about the way things work in the world, we wouldn't have this problem today. When I was in school, we had a course called Americanism versus Communism. They don't have that anymore. They don't draw contrasts between communism and between what we have here. They don't draw those contrasts anymore. They don't do critical thinking in school anymore. It's all memorization and bullshit. And it's all sexual indoctrination and all the bullshit that they do in schools now. They never once teach you why a war was fought, what was learned from the war, what was not learned from the war. These things are not taught. And that's why we have so many ignorant people coming out of our school system, both college and high school now. They don't even understand the basic fundamentals of history. They don't understand what the isms are. Socialism, fascism, communism. They don't understand what any of them mean, but they call people that all the time. You're a fascist. You're a communist. Do you even know what that means? Every time someone calls me a fascist, I look them right in the eye and say, define fascist right now. I've never once got a definition of fascist. No one knows what it means. But they call people that all the time. I'm not yelling at you, baby girl. I know. I'm being very loud. I'm sorry. She goes, meow, like, did I do something wrong? This is nuts. And here we go. 1939 Germany. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. When you have nothing else, and I even said this at the beginning of our conversation, when he has nothing else to say, he'll call me a Nazi. There we go. It's happened. It's passion, not hate. It's passion for a country that you're attacking. It's passion for a way of life that I want to keep. It's passion for an economic system that works everywhere it's tried. And to fight against a system that has failed everywhere it's tried. I can't make it more simple than that. That's what it is. Bottom line. They always will. They eventually, when they have nothing else to say, and you're making really good points, and remember, I was on a debate team. Debate's one of my things that I do. And that's why I loved when people accuse me of not being a good debater or not having my information. I'm better versed in this information than any of you libs that have ever come in here. You just don't study. You don't know the first thing. And if you do study, you've studied the wrong things. You've listened to those nutty professors. You've listened to these idiots that don't know what they're talking about. I love when there was a guy, we played a sound clip today. He starts the sound clip with, I'm a history major in college. You can tell right off the bat when they start talking like that, they're going to be an absolute idiot. I'm a history major. And anytime someone says I'm a history major, anything that follows that is going to be shit, okay? Because they've been indoctrinated. They've been taught that communism's better than Americanism. I don't understand it. I'm a history major. Yeah, okay. At what college? Because it makes a big difference. Because literally the different colleges teach completely different things depending on their political ideology. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, that's another thing. The moment you get passionate, they turn around and accuse you of being hysterical or whatever. And that's funny because it's the passion you'll never see out of them. They're the ones that want to change everything. I ask all of you liberals that are out there in the chat room, who wants to keep the country great like it is now? Who wants to keep it a representative republic like it is now? Or do you think we should fundamentally change the way we do things? That's the bottom line. That's the difference between the left and the right. The right wants to keep it the way it is. The right is for good and normalcy and God and all these important things, and family, nuclear family, jobs, entrepreneurialism. And the left is for socialism. It's for rioting against law and order. It's for throwing bags of piss at cops. It's for stuffed animal dinosaurs dancing around at 1 o'clock in the morning in front of the Federal Ice Building in Portland. That's what it's de-evolved into. The left with their vagina hats that they show up in sometimes, and all the different drums and bullhorns and stickers and all the stupid shit that they do and all the vandalism and all this bullshit. Why? Because they don't like their country. They don't like their country. That's the bottom line. They hate their country. It's too complicated. It's too difficult. They're a victim all the time. What they want is a country where everything's taken care of for you. You're allowed so many credits, go to the grocery store, buy some fruit. Your doctor visits are all taken care of. Everything's taken care of. Your apartment's taken care of. Everywhere, everything's taken care of. Everything's taken care of. You're fine. Show up for work 4 days a week, and you're good. That's what they want. It's a lazy ass, useless environment that they want. They want an environment where everything's taken care of for them. Let me ask you a question. Do you like going and paying taxes? You know, I go to pay taxes. It takes me 3 hours waiting in line to pay taxes at my tax collector. Do I want those bastards doing my brain surgery? I mean, go to the building department and try to get a permit. Do you want them running your grocery store? Exactly. Like she says, nothing the government does is done well. Thank you, baby. Nothing the government does is done well. Everything the government does is just a freaking mess. And what does the left want? More government, more regulation. The government can take care of everything, control everything. Mom Donnie even used the words, control the means of production. That's scary. He wants government grocery stores. He's a communist. We've elected a communist to the Big Apple. We're well on our way. You want to go out, baby girl? You want to go out? I'll let you out. I'll let you back in. There you go. She makes a noise like that, walks over and puts her paw in the box and turns and looks at me, and I let her out because she don't like using a litter box. It's only in here when she gets stuck in here at night because she lives in here. But when I'm here, she would much prefer to go out and just use the yard. Yeah, there you go. No, I don't disagree with that. Nope. Yeah, I mean, it's vague. Look, all this is vague. The definitions of each of these things is vague. It is what it is. It's the actual, what is it? Well, what is it? Well, fascism is where the government controls the means of operation, the means of production. And socialism is the same thing. It's very similar. And so, yeah, you can split hairs here and there. I love when a bunch of fascists or a bunch of socialists call me a fascist. I just love it. It's like they're both failed systems. They're similar. Whatever makes you feel better. The only thing right now in the world that works is a representative republic or a democracy. That's it. You know, Canada is slowly skewing towards socialism. Most of Europe has skewed way into socialism. There's less and less countries like ours every year. Communism is just an advanced stage of socialism. By the time you get to communism, pretty much everything's just owned by the government. That's why when people get into this and they become communists, they become socialists, become communists, somewhere along the line they had to think to themselves, the government can do this better than the private sector. Name one thing the government does better than the private sector. You can't. The government fails at everything it tries. war on drugs, the war on famine, the war on terrorism, the war on poverty, the war on illiteracy, I mean, how many wars have we entered into? You can even count the other wars. Uh, the war on the Socialist Republic of Korea, which was a police action, the Vietnam action, all these, whether it's a war on drugs or a war on people or a war on an ideology, it doesn't matter. How many wars are we going to enter? And we don't win them anymore. The last war we've won is World War II. Because we've just become ineffective. The government does all these wars because it's just another excuse to spend more money and have more power and control. Yeah. Yep, we are free market individuals, and the free market is what keeps us free. Capitalism. The left wants to make capitalism a bad word. Like you're some kind of capitalist. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes. I'm a constitutionalist, libertarian capitalist. That's what I am. I am a capitalist. That's not a dirty word. That means you want to work hard and then enjoy the money you make. What's wrong with that? The only people that don't like that are the losers on the left that can't make their own money. They haven't got a creative bone in their body. They can't get their lazy fat ass out of bed and work every day. And so what do? You get a bunch of people that want the government to just take care of everything for me. I want the government to take care of everything for me. Yeah. I think if it was up to the left, our veterans would get no care at all. The amount of cuts that the left has done to veteran services over the years has been disgusting. Biden did nothing to help our veterans or their services. It's absolutely ridiculous. They do a shitty job managing public land. They spend way too much money managing public land, and we can't access but a very small percentage of it. The first thing they do is block it off and don't let us do anything. They enact a bunch of rules. You can't do anything. I'm telling you, I don't believe so. I will admit our national parks and many of our state parks, especially in Georgia, has some of the best state parks. But even in Florida here, we have nice state parks. Okay? But you should see the waste of money that they waste on these parks. Our county has all these parks that no one ever goes to. It's just a parking lot with a walking trail or whatever. And they send a crew out every week to mow those parks. And they have a maintenance crew that comes out and changes the lights and does this and changes this and opens the fence in the morning and closes the fence in the evening. And no one ever uses the park. It's a complete waste. The first thing the federal government does or the state government does, they put up a big fence around it, don't let nobody near it. And then they'll slowly give you little portions of it that you get to go enjoy, as long as you follow all the immense amount of rules. So no, I'm not happy with the way our property's maintained, and I'm not happy with the amount of access that we're given. But I do think we have made some good steps in the right direction there. Yeah, capitalist is a dirty word to someone who's lazy, to someone who has no creativity, to someone who has no gumption, and nobody has the stick-to-itiveness to get anything done. That's who hates capitalism. Because capitalism requires skill and labor and intenseness and work and things that they're just not, they don't have. They don't have, and you're not going to get out of them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the whole public land process is somewhat corrupt. I am glad we've done what we did. I mean, our county here bought up a whole bunch of land. We have no access to it, but yet they've got these little stupid parks everywhere that nobody uses. I mean, there's a lot of things like that where we could just do a lot better. Yeah, yeah, we've had that here. This lawn crew shows up. They're always sleeping in their truck in the parking lot. Once a week, I drive by there on my way to work at 2 o'clock, and they're parked under the tree at the park right here, and they're sleeping with their feet up, hanging out the window of the truck. I guess they take their break when they get to this particular park or whatever. And it's a complete lawn crew. It's two guys with lawnmowers and weed eaters, and they show up and they spend 2 hours in that park once a week, mowing and taking care of everything, and then they leave. And I'm like, why do we need that? Well, we need that because the county commissioners can all say, yeah, we added 5 more parks last year. We added 200 more miles of trail or whatever. I mean, just whatever. It's all just stupid fodder for an election. I mean, ridiculous. So many of these parks could have campgrounds. We've got a campground here at a county park, right? If you go there with a tent, they make you set up your tent on rocks. I'm not lying. We went there to tent camp one night, and the lady goes, you can't set the tent up on the grass. You have to set it up where you park the campers, on the rocks. I'm like, no. You have to set up a tent. Nope, you have to set it up in the rocks. And we packed up our shit, got our money back, and left. So, the government doesn't do a good job at anything. And that's another example. Okay. All right, stealth mode. Have a good one. Well, the left is bad about the echo chamber. The right has the same issues, but they're not as bad. The right tends to be older people that are more learned, more worldly, and more resourced. The left tends to be younger people just getting out of college, or people that have been indoctrinated by like teachers unions over the years. There's a very different group of people when it comes to the left and the right. So it makes sense. Leftists are not typically learned on the topics. Like I said, I've yet to find a leftist that could define fascism for me. They call me that, but they can't define it. And so that what I find most of the time is that people start out on the left and they migrate to the right. And the reason is because when you're young, you think with your heart. You think, oh, I really wish that would be better. Oh, I want to save the birds. Oh, I want to do this. Oh, I want to save the planet. I want to do everything. And then you realize after 20 years of life, after cutting a few paychecks, after starting a business, after creating a family and having 2 kids, you start to realize that all was bullshit. It's all bullshit. This is what gets you through life, not this. This gets you in trouble. That gets you in trouble. This gets you through life. And that's why liberals lead with their heart, conservatives lead with their brain. And at the end of the day, the brain wins every time. And that's where we're at. And that's why your people on the right skew a lot older than your people on the left. Because as people live life, as they live it, and they cash a paycheck and they write a paycheck, and as they do all these things, they realize, wow, you can't lead with your heart. You have to lead with logic. You have to lead with intelligence. And then you start looking at the facts, and you start reading the facts and looking at the figures and going, wow, I was really in an echo chamber, really convoluted. And what happens? They all come over. Half of my family's been Republicans their whole life. The other half of my family, they were all Democrats. They're all Republicans today. Not because I convinced them, because their party went crazy. Yes, 20 years ago's Democrats are today's Republicans. Your blue-collar workers, even a bunch of your union members, they're on our side now. Because they were smart, logical, intelligent people, and their party left them behind. They got on the loony bus and they headed out of town. Or it might have been the crazy train. They got on the crazy train and they went north, out of town. So there you go. Well, Joey, thank you. I appreciate that. I am going to be signing off here pretty soon. Just so you guys know, we normally go from 9 to 11. It's now 12:30. I've done 3.5 hours tonight, which is a lot more than I usually do. And we've had over 2,280 people come in tonight. And people are spending quite a bit of time in here. So thank you, everybody, for that tonight. And thank you to the 59 folks that are still in here this late at night. I can't believe so many people have hung out this long. Yeah, they left us and they took the money. It's true. Yeah, no, and that's the thing with a troll is they'll always come back and they'll always come in and they'll always tell you the same shit over and over and over. I'm coming, Ed. Oh, wait. That's my little girl wanting back in. Come on, baby girl. Come on. Whoa, you about knocked everything over. She says, it's cold out there. Jesus, God, it's cold out there. That's what she just said. Is it cold? Wow. That was crazy out there. It's cold as hell. You just showed everybody your ass again. Well, it's funny because when you lead with the heart, you can end up being not as compassionate as you would think, unfortunately. Because when you lead with the heart and your feelings guide you, you know, you will tend to hate and to have a lot of vitriol in your life and a lot of negativity. Yeah, you just, you know, you went down the whole Germany, whatever. You guys cannot help but to call us Nazis. Because you know why? That's all you have left. You guys have literally gone to the extreme of the language. What's the worst thing you can call me? Hitler? I mean, the only other thing after that is Darth Vader. I mean, what are you going to call me next? What's next? After Hitler wears off, after you get to the point where nobody cares that you're Hitler anymore, nobody cares that you're a fascist anymore, nobody cares that you're literally a Nazi anymore, what are you guys going to call me next? Huh? A Romulan? I mean, where do we go next? To fiction? I mean, you literally picked the worst person that's ever lived in the last 500 years, okay? And that's what you're going to call me. You're literally, and that's another thing. How can so many people that go through college and universities use the word literally wrong? They're literally saying it figuratively, but they say literally while speaking figuratively. It's like they're fucking stupid. It's like they're ignorant. You just called me literally a Nazi. Obviously, I'm not literally a Nazi. What you're saying is I'm figuratively, I'm acting like a Nazi, in your opinion. But they don't even know how to use the right words. You're literally Hitler. No, I'm not. Are you saying I'm reincarnated? Are you saying that my great-great-great-grandfather was Hitler, or that my soul was Hitler? What are you saying? I don't, you're literally Hitler. They went to a university and they don't know the difference between me and Hitler, the guy that was having millions of people marched into showers with gas. All right, what the F? That's just terrible that somebody would call me that. It's terrible that somebody would call me a Nazi or even make the German 1931 reference or whatever. Anybody that would do that is irrational. They are irrational. Comparing me to Adolf Hitler is literally like comparing a Buick to a 747. I mean, you're talking about two completely different things, different sizes, different scopes, different purposes, everything's completely different, but yet you're saying he's literally a Nazi, he's literally Hitler. That's just stupid. It's stupid. You sound stupid when you say it. Really, what parts of the Webster's definition do I match? Go ahead and paste it in. Let's see. Let's see it. I'm a fascist. A populist political philosophy, movement, or regime. Okay. Aren't they all that? It has. You're absolutely right. It has no context. Okay, that doesn't apply to me. I don't see where that would even apply to me either. I mean, that's sounding pretty stupid. Yeah. No, dispatch because the troll has earned me a lot of algorithms tonight. He has no idea how much he's helped me tonight. And now I hope he hits the thumbs down on the way out because I even get credit for that, believe it or not. Um, yeah, he didn't ruin my night. I like when you guys see the lunacy. Don't you guys get it? I talk about them being loony, and then they come in and act loony in the chat room and talk about all this bullshit, trying to tell me that a brand new battery for my electric Prius is only about $1,000. Yeah, smoke some more of that, dude. Whatever. That is associated with a centralized autocratic government headed by a dictatorial leader. That's not what we have. That's not even, we have nothing like that at all. Um, that's not true. We have the three branches of government, and everything is functioning properly. We have the checks, we have balances, we have everything is functioning properly. That statement is completely wrong. So that's 1, 2, and 3 that don't seem to match me at all. I don't believe in a centralized autocratic government. That's not what we have here now. And we certainly don't have a dictator leader. If he was a dictator, think about it. These assholes wouldn't be out protesting every night, would they? If he was truly a fascist, do you think he'd let this shit go on? If he wasn't a constitutionalist, do you think he'd allow this shit to go on as long as he has? That's ignorant to even say that. Because he's proven through action that he's not a fascist. Because fascists would never put up with the bullshit that the left's been doing. All right? Yeah, if they call him a dictator, but yet they love Maduro. He's a dictator. He's a drug running, murdering dictator, and yet they protested. They like him. They like him. They want him freed. They want him returned to his country. That's how freaking fruity the left is. That they would have a no kings rally, and then 4 weeks later they would have a rally for a king. That's how just absolutely blasted these people are. They're a mess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just love it. I love when people come in here and tell me that I don't have that many viewers and I go to their channel and they don't have any. I just love that. I love when someone takes the hard work and dedication that you've put in and shits all over it just like that. Mom's doing better. It's going to be it's just a long recovery and it will never be a complete recovery. Strokes are terrible. She had two. Um, but she's able to walk with a walker. We got a wheelchair. We got all the equipment. I took her up to the cabin 10 days. I worked my ass off, but it was a lot of fun. And we had a lot of good times together, and we got to see a great 6-inch snowfall. Um, yeah, so it was a great time. So you are a capitalist. And now you're against capitalism. Here we go with the name calling. Now I'm a fascist again. That's all they do is call names. We just went through the 3 facets of being a fascist, didn't we? I think we just went through those, didn't we? Doesn't really fit, does it? No. Yeah, I mean, yeah, when they telling me about for one race over another or whatever, the left is the biggest racist in the country. The left has more different types of racism and the different things they do that are racist. They're racist against white people. They're even racist, and the things they do are racist against other people too. That's the thing that they don't understand. The social programs and things they do makes them racist against blacks and Hispanics as well. That's the part they don't understand. Yeah, look, when you're dealing with a troll like this, they'll call you everything before the night's over. I said when I first started arguing with him, wait, he'll call me a Nazi before it's over. And sure enough, he did. I disagree with all 4. I mean, I disagree with the way you're using it. I disagree with calling me something that's not obviously not my ideology. Fascism is the government controlling the means of production. I've never wanted that. I fight against that. And for you to say I'm for that is just ignorant. And it shows once again how shallow and uneducated you are. That's not what we have. We don't have a centralized autocratic government, and it's not a dictatorial leader. That's not what we have. That's not what we have. That was more present under Biden because of the fact that he was completely incompetent and they were using an auto pin. So I mean, we could really start debating that part of it back and forth. But associated with a centralized autocratic government, we don't have an autocratic government here. We don't. We have a representative republic here that has 3 facets of government, and they are all working very well right now. And so that doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit. You can keep putting it in over and over and over again, but that doesn't change the facts. You can want people to think that you're right, but that doesn't make you right. Associated with centralized autocratic government, we do not have a centralized autocratic government. We actually have a democratically elected government that consists of 3 different houses, and it has the checks and balances, and it's highly decentralized because we have 50 states that have their own states' rights and their own state governments. We're one of the least centrally controlled governments in the country, in the world. Not the country, the world. We are one of the most decentralized governments in the world because our states have more power than most states in most countries. And so I completely think that you're wrong on that one. This is not a centralized government. It's not an autocratic government. And and obviously the president was duly elected, properly elected, serving a proper term. He won by both the popular vote and by the Electoral College. You getting it? My Lord. So anyway, I don't see where that fits at all. Now, maybe in your mind it does because you don't really have the definition of all these words or whatever. But trust me, if you go do a little non-biased research, stay off the CNN website, you'll see that that's not necessarily the case. We are definitely not in anything like that. Yeah, I mean, what Leering Center did you go to? No, I disagree. Just because Newsom and Waltz are idiots, just because they're both horrible leftists that have just run up the debt in their states and all that, that's those people elected those idiots. They get what they get. We elected Ron DeSantis here. We had 2 weeks of closures after COVID, and we opened the state back up. And because of that, our state has no debt. We're doing great right now. All it takes is a Republican governor. So I don't think the answer is to give Newsom less power or Waltz less power. I believe in states' rights very strongly. I believe that we need to make them pay for their bad decisions. We need to cut down the amount of federal money that's sent back into these states. We need to stop the money being sent freely into Minnesota. All this money, Florida pays money in, Minnesota takes it back out. It's ridiculous. I'm sick of the red states taking care of the blue states. I'm really sick of it. We have the greatest country in the history of the world, and one side wants to change it, and one side wants to keep it safe the way it is. You decide which side you want to be on. Do you want to be on the side of changing what's already the best country in the world? Changing it to something that has never worked, ever? Stealth, I'm not familiar with it. Is that the fishing boat that went down with the captain? It's known on TV, I guess. I don't follow any of those kind of shows, and I don't follow TV, so I don't really know anything about that one. That's true. So you're right there, Backathy. You're right there. You're right to say what you're saying, and you're correct. But the answer is for the federal government to then penalize that state. The federal government needs to make them pay for putting the wrong man in power. That's what needs to happen. We got to cut the benefits to all these blue states that are bleeding us dry. I'm sick of red states putting in more money and blue states taking more money out, because that seems to be the way it is. California is the only blue state that puts in quite a bit of money, that it's much more even. And that's only because of the number of rich people that live in California. But guess what? The moron out there, Gavin Douche Newsom, has decided that he wants to put a one-time 5% on everything you own tax on the rich. And they're leaving in droves. Entire companies, thousands of employees, rich people that are beyond the dreams of avarice rich, and they're leaving. They're leaving the state. They're leaving for Texas and Florida and even Nevada and Georgia. They're just getting the F out. And so it won't be long before California will no longer be putting in as much as it's taken out. It won't be long before California is milking us dry, just like Minnesota. It sucks, but that's where we're headed. The only thing that kept California in the black in years past was the fact that it owned the market on rich people. It had the most rich people. Guess what? It doesn't anymore. They're building mansions all over Florida right now. They're building mansions in Georgia. They're building mansions all over Texas, north and south, east and west, for all these people to move to. Yeah, everybody's coming here. They're building these 4-story, 5-story cookie cutter multifamily apartment complexes. They're building 50 of them in my county right now. I'm not exaggerating. 50 of them. Housing communities, gated housing communities, apartment complexes, condominiums on the beach. They're building shit as fast as they can put it up down here. We are in a seller's market down here. Blue states are all in buyer's markets right now, because nobody's buying houses in blue states. All the red states, seller's markets. If you own a house right now in Florida, you got some money because somebody's going to rip your arm off because they want your house. People are moving here so fast, we don't know what to do about it. Our roads and everything, we're trying to keep up. It's very difficult. I don't. Characterized by severe economic and social regimentation. Remember tariffs? Oh my God, is that real? You know the unions all wanted tariffs, right? The tariffs protect jobs in the United States. I don't. Maybe you don't understand what tariffs are. Maybe you don't understand how they work. He didn't charge tariffs on people unless they were charging them on us. All he's doing is making it even. You people can't even understand the logic of that. When you got places like China that's charging 50% tariff and we're not charging any tariff coming back this way, that's an unfair economic situation. It can't stay like that. All Trump is doing is what should have been done a long time ago. Say, look, we want no tariff. If you put no tariff on us, we'll put no tariff on you. That's simple. It's all it is. We're not like adding tariffs to things so that Trump can like get rich. Well, all we're doing is saying, look, if you're tariffing us, we're going to tariff you back. We're going to make this fair for the first time ever. It's going to be fair. Okay? That's what a tariff is. So read about it and understand it, okay? Tariffs are probably one of the best things he's done. They've immediately generated a lot of money. My Chinese radios that I buy, same price. This radio has come down $4 since the tariffs on China. What's going on? What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on. It works itself out. We up the China tariff a little bit. They reduce ours some. We meet in the middle. We work on things. It's not that big a deal. It's fair. We have to strive for fairness, okay? It's not fair that China can sell me this radio for no tariff, but if I sell something I make here to someone in China, they charge me 50% tariff? You're telling me that you think that's fair? Do you think that's fair? Or is it more fair that we go to the negotiating table and we say, look, let's make it as low as we can make it. All right, 20%. All right, we will do 20% if you do 20%. Okay. That's what's going on. That's tariffs. It's fair now. We're making it fair. That's another thing. The left always talks about how they want things to be fair for everybody, and nothing they ever do is fair for everybody. Ever. It is. They've taken our generosity for years, and just they've screwed us for many, many years on these tariffs, and it's not happening anymore. And it's already improving our economy. Getting rid of all these illegals is improving our economy. It's improving our job market. It's improving everything. All right? All these things work together. The tariffs improving our job market, improving salaries, improving our unemployment rate. All these things work together. The man's a genius. You'll see it eventually. History's going to be very kind to Donald J. Trump because when we look back, you're going to see it. A lot of these things he did a year ago that people were like throwing their hands up, they're working. It turned out that, yeah, that's what we needed to do. Yes, the businessman knew what we needed to do. Yes, we did the right thing. That's what's important. No, tariffs do not equal inflation at all. In fact, equalizing tariffs with other countries can actually fight inflation. Because part of what creates inflation is a trade imbalance. They must have taught some of this in these fancy schools y'all went to. Yes, I have. I know exactly why there's inflation. Joe Robinette Biden. That's why there's inflation. That is exactly why there's inflation. He created it. The first thing he did when he got into office, signed an executive order and shut down the pipelines, shut down exploration, shut down fuel, released fuel reserves. He did everything you could do to screw up the fuel side of our economy, which is the lifeblood of our economy. He created all of this inflation. Inflation's gone from 9.5% annually down to under 2% annually under Trump. So my God, read something. All right? Trump has arrested. It brought it down to below normal rates of rise. Things are becoming cheaper. Gasoline's down $1 since he took office, and it's still dropping. We're seeing wonderful things. You guys won't see it because you're so deluded in your own echo chamber that you'll never actually see what's going on out here. That asshole had 4 years to ruin our economy. He ruined it with COVID. He ruined it with the whole gas and fuel thing, trying to force people into EVs, giving these huge tax breaks and giving huge incentives to buy these cars and all this bullshit. Just waste. All of that served to drive up our economy. All this money we gave away to all these other countries, billions and hundreds of billions of dollars given away annually by USAID, and hundreds of billions of dollars giving to public broadcasting propaganda TV and given to National Public Radio propaganda radio. All these billions of dollars and all this thing spent and all the things that we've cut. The Department of Education, get rid of that shit. There's so much he's done that's going to help this country out. And everything he does has an aggregate effect towards the outcome, which is looking better and better and better every day. Your boy Biden is what caused the inflation. His overreaction to COVID is what caused inflation. His shutting down the pipelines and the drilling is what caused inflation. His bad foreign policy is what caused inflation. His lack of tariffs is what caused inflation. Trump is doing the right thing. He's brought it from 9.5% annually down to under 2%. Okay? So how you can blame Trump for inflation when it's very clearly Joe Biden? You can look at the charts. It's very clearly Joe Biden's 4 years in office, where we went off the rails financially, completely off the rails financially. There's no other way to put it. That's the way it is. I'm doing much better since Trump took office. My channel's doing better since Trump took office. My bills are no worse, in some cases better, than when Trump took office. I'm in much better shape. My fuel bill's gone way down since Trump took office. So, I have nothing but positive to say. And my 63 viewer channel, why do you keep bringing that up? How many viewers do you have? It's ridiculous to keep bringing up that I have 63. I have 63 more viewers than you. And I've done 8 hours of broadcasting today, and I've touched probably 100,000 people. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm only staying on now because you're helping my algorithms. I normally sign off after 2 hours. I've literally stayed 2 hours because of you. Because you are helping my algorithms. So all of the help and assistance that you've given this conservative channel tonight is appreciated. And we've also shown a lot of people that have come in just how nutty and crazy you are, and how people on the left really are disconnected from reality and pretty much just think and do and say whatever makes them feel better, because it's all about feeling good about everything and being such a snowflake. Yes, I'm a streamer and a broadcaster and a retired fire chief and a former law enforcement officer. I've had quite a life. I'm actually halfway through my second career right now. Yes. Yes, I'm a retired fire chief. I went through all the ranks. I started out as a volunteer. In 1 year, I was paid. Within 2 years, I was an engineer, and 2 years later, I had put myself through officer candidate school and became a lieutenant at the fire department. I was the youngest lieutenant in this county for many years. And then I became a captain and a deputy chief, and finally served 2.5 years as chief before I retired. That's what I did with my life. And while I was doing that, I was a dispatcher, a comms specialist, an emergency manager, and a police officer, a deputy sheriff. So I have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge in a lot of areas. And I have served this community. I've been injured for this community. I am permanently injured for this community. And then I produced talk radio. I've produced for many years. #1 talk radio show in Southwest Florida. That's prestigious to me. I produced that show. I've created that show. I produced the very first show that came on the air, and now it's wildly successful. So you trying to channel shame me because of the amount of consecutive viewers I have at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours after I'm supposed to sign off? Kiss my ass. I really don't care what you think. Yeah, retired, I doubt, but yeah. Most people that get old enough and retire get smart enough to become a conservative. Very, very few old liberals. Yeah. So I've been there. I've done that. And so when you try to channel shame me, kiss my ass, dude. Seriously. I mostly do YouTube because I want to have something later for retirement. I want to have a nice adventure channel where I show people around the world, around the country anyway. And that's what I want to do. And that's what I'm building. And I've made no secrets about it. I'm an entrepreneur. I've started businesses. I've sold businesses. I've done a lot of things in my life. And to sit here and belittle me with my 60 viewers, kiss my ass. I've had 10,000 consecutive viewers before. I have videos, go back and look, that have had 100,000 people in the video. So kiss my ass. That's all I got to say. Yeah, well, thank you, Stealth. I appreciate that. That's the whole idea of YouTube. You find something you enjoy and you make money with it. It's taken a very long time on YouTube to get up to those numbers. But when the left starts rioting and they get all crazy and they start breaking shit and burning shit, next thing you know, I got 10,000 people watching me. And they all get to listen to how crazy those people are. Now you're accusing me of being a snowflake. The snowflake, the guy from the snowflake party is accusing me of being a snowflake? Wow. I'm not being a snowflake. I'm trying to educate you. There's a difference. Because you need to understand, when you come into a channel, you don't even know who you're talking to. And you come in here acting like you know what the fuck you're saying. But you don't. You're just a troll. And you'll say anything, you'll lie about anything. But according to everything I've seen, you've produced nothing. Except you've produced a lot for me. You've helped my algorithms quite a bit. Do I seem embarrassed to you? I don't get embarrassed about anything, dude. I talk about bowel movements on the freaking radio. I don't give a shit. I don't get embarrassed about nothing, dude. So you got the wrong guy. All right? I don't get embarrassed about much. I do nudist stuff, for Christ's sake. You have no idea who you're talking to here. I'm an adventure guy. You have no idea who you're talking to. And you probably never will, because this will probably be the last time you ever come in. I hope you come back tomorrow and troll me again, because I need the numbers. That way I can get up more over 60 viewers. Yeah, and he's definitely removing all doubt. See, you're just such a troll, dude. You're such a troll. I don't care. You're like the last guy that gave me a hard time about my studio over and over and over again. It's like, I don't care. Call me what you want. Then, you're a Nazi. You're an asshole. I don't care. Call me what you want. I think it's funny, actually. I get trolled by the best, so, hey, I've had people waiting for me after work to freaking snipe me off. So I've been trolled by the best of them, all right? I've not screamed my head off at all about anything. I get passionate when I'm talking about politics because you guys are just so stupid. I get very passionate about saving this country from you. I've not yelled once about my viewer count. Viewers are viewers. It is what it is. I had several hundred earlier tonight, but you don't seem to bring that up at all. I some nights have thousands of viewers. You didn't bring that up. You're just trolling. And like I said, keep doing it. It's helping my algorithm. I'm going to stay on. I'm just going to stay here. You've really helped me out tonight. I've gotten 73 subs tonight. Thanks to you. Thank you. Christ. It's awesome. And everybody got to see what it looks like to argue with somebody that don't know what they're talking about. I never lost my composure. I think that's where you misunderstand me. You not knowing me don't understand the amount of passion that I have about things. And when I choose to explain something to someone who's ignorant, that's not a snowflake losing their composure. What that is that someone that's explaining to somebody that they're wrong, and this is why they're wrong. So I think you're not good at reading the room or something, and I think you're probably just trolling me, which is cool. Again, it helps me out. Yeah. I mean, trust me, the left, that's the snowflake farm, okay? Yep, exactly. Yeah, we don't just devolve to name calling instantly. Well, Hobo, you've kept me on the air 2 hours, and because of that, I've gotten another 1,300 viewers, and because of that, I've gotten a chat rate that's higher than normal, and because of that, tomorrow night I will start out with twice my normal viewers because you have helped my algorithms. I'm probably going to try to put a video together or something tomorrow morning to try to take advantage even more of the algorithmic boost that you've given me. So. That's it. I think it's crazy that you come in here to try to hurt me and you end up just helping me. You know, you can call me a Nazi and a snowflake and whatever you want to call me, but my viewers know the difference. And my viewers see you for what you are. And so I don't think you've changed one mind tonight. I don't think you've done anything that helps your case at all tonight. I do believe you've hurt your case tonight by showing people kind of how you really think about things, and how messed up and garfed up your view of the world really is, and how even people that seem rational and sane to a certain degree really aren't sometimes. I did. I've gotten, I think, $50 in super chats, $40 in super chats tonight. So yeah, thank you for all of that too. Yeah, it's been fun. I like it. You guys got to understand, for me, this is honing a skill. I've been on debate. I've done stand up comic. I've done a little bit of everything. I've done crazy stuff. This is good for me. This is healthy. This is how I build my skill of debating, and my skill of broadcasting, and a skill of providing coverage to things like this. So what I'm doing every night, I'm practicing. I'm practicing. I'm getting better at this. I'm getting better at that. I'm getting better debating and having the information at hand. Anytime I'm not familiar with something and I look it up, boom, I have that knowledge now for next time. So there's a lot. There's a lot that is gained by me staying on here with a troll for a couple of hours, even. And it's not just super chats. I will make some money on the ads tonight. Not a lot, but a little bit. Enough that I can, once again, add it to the equipment fund. That plus the super chats. And that's what's built this entire studio. I wish I could show you the whole studio tonight. Come back tomorrow night. I'll try to have it all set up. I have a studio here with 10 computers, 37 screens. I can monitor just about every cable news source that there is, along with local sources. I can monitor just about everything. I can broadcast up to 9 streams at one time on 2 different YouTube channels. I built this studio with a structure that I had set here, that's Miami-Dade hurricane rated structure that I had set in my backyard, that I put these big anchors down in the ground, and I strap it down during storms. And this studio, I built everything in here, all the counters and the consoles. This is all me. I built it all. I worked it all myself. I wired it all myself. It's all put together. The only reason I can't show the full screen tonight is because I had to rip things out to take them up on my trip with me. So by tomorrow night, I should have the other 2 cameras back up, and I'll have all these other monitors all working. I'll get everything turned back on. I want you guys to be able to see the whole studio. I've put a lot of time and a lot of work and a lot of effort into this studio, and I cover a lot more than just politics. In fact, we were going to get into designing AI tonight, and we'll try to get to that tomorrow, because AI is the absolute future, and I'm really into it, and I want to show you guys how to build your own AI. And we're also going to be talking about the big Ham Fest this coming weekend, Hamcation in Orlando, the 3rd largest ham fest in the United States, and I will be attending that and broadcasting live from that event this weekend. So that's going to be really cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, rich Democrats do pay a lot of the agitators. A lot of people think, um, yeah, Andy gets 49 viewers sometimes, and sometimes he gets 4,900 viewers. A lot of it depends on what's going on that night, and yeah. And by the way, Portland Andy, I do like Portland Andy, great guy. Um, yeah, Don the Lemon, um, absolutely. Yeah, there sure is verses about him. I'll play that one again. I'll play version 2 of that one I played coming in earlier. I didn't do any breaks tonight. I'm supposed to be taking 8-minute walking breaks every hour because of my back problems and some issues I'm having. And I didn't do it tonight. I sat here. I have to go to the bathroom right now. I've been sitting here since 9 p.m. That's 4 hours and 14 minutes and 40 seconds right now. So um, there you go. Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? every time the left sends one of their trolls in here to troll me, I end up getting great numbers, and things work out better for me and my channel and my message. So I look at trolls as a good thing. I don't look at them as a bad thing. And I love when a troll works on you for 2 hours and then tries to accuse you of losing control because of the troll. And it's like, yeah, okay, whatever, buddy. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm going to take a longer break. I'm going to go to bed. But I will see you guys tomorrow. And I'm going to play that song again on the way out. This song is one that I wrote just today. And I had Suno make it up for me. A really cool song. The song's name is Protesters Are Idiots. And here we go. I'm going to play that for you guys. And I'll see you guys next time. My name is Ian, broadcasting live from my studio in my backyard in North Fort Myers, Florida. This has been the Sights and Sounds of Earth right here on StarShip Adventures. We're on every night at 9 p.m. and our backup 9 p.m. Eastern, and our backup channel is StarShip After Dark. Everybody have a good night out there, and listen to this music. I think you'll like it. It's called These Protesters Are Idiots.
Also, God bless Trump and the USA. Out in Minneapolis, they're screaming abolish ICE, blocking roads like idiots, acting all high and mighty. Portland's burning again, Antifa thugs in black, smashing windows, hurting cops. Yeah, take that back. Los Angeles riots, property going up in flames, injuring our boys in blue, playing stupid games. Inflatable animals bouncing like fools in the crowd. Dinos and ducks, what a joke, screaming loud. Paid agitators stirring the pot with Soros dough. And outlaw chaos, but we all know it's a show. These anti-ICE protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great, with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever, under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. ICE follows the law. MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar. Across the U.S., these whiners cry and moan. Anti-law and order, leaving destruction in their zone. Damaging shops, spraying hate on the walls, injuring police who answer the calls. And alpha-masked, hiding coward faces, paid by at least to trash our sacred places. But MAGA counter-protesters standing tall and proud, waving flags, pushing back the radical crowd. YouTube blowing up with the real truth exposed, local media filming your bosses to pause. You think your tantrum's gonna change a damn thing? ICE deporting crooks, that's the law we bring. No hope for your nonsense, it's all hot air and lies, while Trump's keeping us safe under star-spangled skies. Inflatable critters, what a pathetic size. Smart-ass radicals losing the fight. We're protective as hell of our red, white, and blue. You anti-American fools, we're done with you. From coast to coast, your protests fall flat. Ridiculous chants like a bad circus act. Expanding on YouTube, the world sees your shame. Local news capturing your blame game. MAGA warriors rally, turn trust. These anti-ICE protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great, with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever, under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. IS follows the law, MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar. Yeah, keep protesting, you ridiculous crew. Trump's making America greater than you. God bless the USA, land of the free and bold. These protests are over. Story told. MAGA forever.
All right, everybody. Have a good night out there. This concludes our broadcast day here on StarShip Adventures. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight, and we hope to get you back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Everybody, have a great night out there and a safe tomorrow. 7-3s. KO4 EFS QSY. Have a good night, everybody.
Time to sing it straight. The sun